We're now live. Start the meeting. Should we start the meeting? Go ahead and start. No, it's not. Oh.
It's on YouTube now.
It's on YouTube, yes.
What we just need to do is set it up so it's showing the room, because it's just showing the name 20 Pro.
Apologies, we're nearly there.
It's active.
It's active.
Picking up me.
Do you not need to just turn your camera on the Suffolk Planning one if that's connected to this?
I mind. Camera is active. It's picking up movement in the room. Right. Yeah, because that's what Lisa's seeing on her screen. She's just got Tony.
Right. So what is that one? Yeah.
To find it. But have you got it?
No.
I can't remember it.
There's across the top, it's Lisa planning, non-data, D meeting room,
That looks like it.
But where is
We've got
the
lots of YouTube channels.
Day one.
Spotlight for everyone.
yeah. That's not on the TVs.
But that's because the TV is what's it showing on YouTube?
Oh, so other people will appear on the TVs, and if somebody shares their desktop or what have you, but you don't see the room feed on the TVs, right?
Yeah, what you need to make sure is when people are speaking that we're clicking on them to make sure that they are in.
Okay, let me
Spotlight.
Yeah. If you want the live book on YouTube.
Have you got the link to it?
No.
Okay, so we're right to start.
Okay,
We're okay to start. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning, everybody. It's 10 past 10 now, and thank you for patience. Thank you everyone for your work in trying to get the technology working there. Appreciate that we're entering into new times with technology now, and trying new things. So thank you. First of all, just to check, can everyone in the room see me and hear me? Okay. Good, excellent. And can everyone on Zoom see me and hear me?
Everyone on Zoom?
So yes, you're coming through clearly. Thank you.
Excellent, and I can see you as well. Excellent. Good, thank you. And
Yes.
the YouTube feed is oh, and Mr. Fryatt, is it?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. Good, glad you can hear me. Excellent. And the YouTube feed is working as well, is it?
Yeah, it looks like it is, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, in which case we're ready to move on. Right. My name's Patrick Hanna. I'm a chartered town planner, and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. The inquiry is into an appeal made by Hopkins Homes Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act in 1990 against the failure of East Suffolk Council to give notice of its decision on a full application for planning permission within the prescribed period for erection of 70 dwellings, including affordable dwellings, together with public open space, roads, accesses, parking, garages, drainage and associated infrastructure at land west of Chapel Road, Grundisburgh, Suffolk. Did I say that right? Yes, good. The taxi driver leads me out in the right direction. Good. A couple of housekeeping matters. First of all, could everyone make sure their mobile phones are switched off or to silent? The same with any audible notifications on your computers, please. I understand that no fire alarm is planned for today, so if it does sound, then we'll run through that door there. As you'll have seen, the council's hosting the inquiry today, and they've indicated that because of the restrictions on numbers of people participating in the room, that's why we're also on Zoom and YouTube as well. Looks like that's all working okay for the time being. If anything should crop up at all for any of the participants, please do bring it to our attention. Right, appearances. Firstly, for the appellant, welcome, Mr. Ground. For the benefit of the inquiry, could you introduce yourself, please, and indicate who instructs you and introduce your team, please?
Yes, certainly. My name is Richard Ground, QC, and I'm instructed by Mr. Jeff Armstrong, who's sitting to my right from Armstrong Rig, and I propose to call two witnesses, Mr. Rob Evans, who's just behind me, and to deal with the highways matters, highways and transportation matters, and then Mr. Jeff Armstrong to deal with the planning matters.
Thank you very much. And turning to the council, everyone will be aware that the council's decided not to defend this bill, even so council has instructed counsel to attend the inquiry by Zoom. Mr. Beglin, could you introduce yourself, please, and indicate who instructs you? And for the benefit of the inquiry, could you also just explain briefly the council's position regarding taking part in this inquiry?
So yes, good morning and thank you. I hope I can be heard clearly in the room. I'm grateful. So I am appearing at your kind accommodation remotely, bearing in mind that the council's position is that it doesn't actively oppose the appeal for reasons I will go on to explain. But Mr. Wallner of the council is in the room with you. My instructions are from Jackie Bullen, who's a solicitor within East Suffolk Council. And to explain briefly the position on behalf of the local planning authority, so as you indicated, this is a failure to decide appeal dealing with 70 dwellings, including affordable housing and the various elements of the appeal proposal that you have outlined. And on the 20th of September 2021, the committee resolved to defend the refusal or the failure to decide on the basis of a very narrow issue relating to the adequacy of information provided on highway matters, which was a concern to the local planning authority and remains, as we understand, a concern to some of the local residents. And so in relation to that, the local planning authority took independent consultancy advice, and that advice was shared with the appellant. The appellant's response to that entirely properly was to seek to provide further reassurance to the council in terms of the highway matters that it was concerned about. And that was done in particular by way of two further detailed transport notes that were supplied to the local authority. That led to the authority bringing the matter back before its planning committee for reconsideration of the then current evidence base. And on the 26th of October 2021, the committee, faced with that updated information, resolved to grant planning permission in relation to the duplicate planning application that was before the local planning authority for determination. And so, of course, that led to a consequence where the authority no longer resisted the appeal as well, and that was communicated to the appellant and the inspectorate, I think, the following day on the 27th of October. So that's hopefully a brief summary of the council's position and how we find ourselves where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beglin. Okay, I'm also aware there's been a significant number of representations from interested persons to both the application and the appeal, and I'm keen to ensure that just persons are given every opportunity to express their view on the matter, particularly given the absence of a defence from the council. However, there's perhaps not as large a number of people wanting to speak to the inquiry today as the representation suggested. As such, I'm not anticipating that the inquiry will take as long as we had scheduled. And indeed, it's possible that we may finish hearing the evidence today. I'm going to turn to the names that I've been given of the people who do wish to speak. And I will need the following information from each person: your name and contact details, whether you're representing anyone or any group, whether you support or object to the proposal, whether you have any qualifications you want to be recorded, whether you're happy to answer any questions on your evidence and be cross-examined. If you aren't content to answer questions, that's fine. It's just that I then have to give your evidence reduced weight. And also, finally, whether you have any specific time restrictions on when you can speak. The council have helpfully provided a list of people that have indicated so far that they wish to speak. Firstly, Councillor Hedgley, are you? Hello there.
Hello there. Yeah.
You're wishing to speak to the inquiry today.
I'm wishing to speak. I am the district councillor for Carlsford and Finn Valley ward, which does contain Grundisburgh, and therefore I'll be speaking on behalf of the people of Grundisburgh.
Okay, thank you very much. And do you have, and are you supporting or objecting to the proposal?
I'm supporting the people of Grundisburgh against the housing application.
And did you have any qualifications you wanted to be recorded at all?
No, none at all.
Okay, thank you. And are you happy to answer questions?
I'm
from the
happy to
appellant?
answer questions.
And do you have any specific time restrictions at all?
Not at all. No.
We also have, thank you for that, Councillor, actually, from the Parish Council, Miss Willits in the room. Okay, hello, welcome, Miss Willits. And I know from the documentation I've read that I have your details, and I know that you're representing the Parish Council and that you're objecting to the proposal. Do you have any qualifications you want recorded at all? No? Okay. And are you happy to answer questions? Thank you. Thank you. And any time restrictions at all? No. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm aware that Mr. Plant wished to speak on day 2 only, but Mr. Willits offered to speak on his behalf today. Is Mr. Willits here today?
Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. I wasn't aware I was
Oh,
to speak on behalf of.
right.
Graham.
Okay, that's what I've been told.
That needs to be remedied then.
That was, excuse me interrupting, that was after speaking to, he was going to have a conversation with you to see about that. So obviously it hasn't happened as
Hasn't happened.
Okay, that's fine. It's obviously come as a surprise to you that. So right, okay. Perhaps it might be possible for the council to contact Mr. Plant and let him know if that's the case. If we don't have his statement to be read, then it clearly can't be read today.
Are you happy for him to talk tomorrow, or would you?
Well, it depends whether we're actually hearing evidence, how quickly we go through things today, and we'll come to timetabling shortly. Perhaps we'll come back to what we do with Mr. Plant's statement later once we've spoken about the time.
Okay.
will also be the case, of course, with Mr. Oaten. I believe Mr. Oaten was wishing to speak on day 3. Okay.
I have made them all aware that it is, may not happen and it's usual for day 1.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Willits, were you wishing to speak on your own behalf at all? No. Okay, thank you. Do we have Mr. Brooke? No, Mr. Brooke. Hello, Mr. Brooke. Okay, thank you. Are you wishing to support or object to the proposal?
I'm objecting to the proposal.
Thank you. And are you happy to answer questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. And do you have any qualifications you want recorded?
No.
And do you have any time restrictions at all?
Only time restricted I have to leave before 3 p.m.
Okay.
Today and other days as well. Regarding Mr. Plant, can I suggest as well during any adjournments that we have, we will try and contact him and see what we can work out, whether he can attend remotely or provide some kind of statement.
Absolutely. We'll come back to Mr. Plant and Mr. Oaten and try and make sure that we have an opportunity to get the thoughts to. Okay. Mr. Dow. Okay. Morning, Mr. Dow. And are you supporting or objecting? I'm objecting. Okay. And you're happy to answer questions? Yeah. Okay. And did you have any qualifications you want to have recorded? Okay, thank you. And any time restrictions at all? Thank you. Right, so that's everyone in person, I believe, who wishes to speak. No one else in the room who? No? Great. Okay. Turning to those we have on Zoom, then I understand that Councillor Fryatt, Ward Councillor.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Mr. Fryatt.
That's me.
Councillor Fryatt, I should say, sorry. You're wishing to object to?
Yes, indeed. I'm along with Colin Hedgley. We're a pair of ward members representing the whole of this ward, but in particular, of course, in this case, Grundisburgh. So I am speaking on behalf of the Grundisburgh residents.
Okay, thank you very much. And are you happy to answer questions?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and do you have any qualifications you want recorded?
Not regarding planning, I'm afraid.
Okay, and any time restrictions at all?
No, not at all. We've let it clear for the week.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we won't take the whole week, but
I hope not.
Thank you. And the only other person I have on Zoom who was wanting to speak is Mr. Oaten, so we'll come back to shortly. There's no one else on Zoom wishing to speak, is there? Okay, thank you very much. Right, there is an attendance list, and that was at reception, I understand, and there is a spare sheet at the end there if anyone hasn't filled that in. There will also be an attendance list for those attending by Zoom, and that will be recorded by the council. And if all of those attendance lists can be returned to me at the end of each day, that would be appreciated. Other than YouTube, does anyone intend to film or record the event today? And anyone on Zoom intending to film or record? Nope, I'll take that as a no. Good. I've already received a copy of the council's letters of notifications, firstly of the appeal, and secondly for confirmation of the date, time and location of this inquiry, along with a list of those to whom notification has been sent. Mr. Warner, can you confirm that the council has notified all relevant parties and posted the site notice?
That's correct. The appellant's posted the site notice also on our behalf.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I do have copies of the representations that were made in response to the original planning application consultation and to the appeal notification. There are some 1,200 or so letters in response to the original planning application and some 175 or so to the appeal. Just to confirm, the appellant's seen those letters.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And please be assured that I will take those into account in reaching my decision.
So can we check at some convenient moment about whether you have all of the letters?
Miss Nerries, is that the one you're thinking of?
Well, there was a letter that's been posted recently on the council website, I think from Mr. John Dunnett. I don't know if that has reached you.
The names of the representations.
No. At some point, if we could check.
Sorry, that was.
I think it was a Mr. John Dunnett.
And how do you spell that?
D-U-N-N-E-T-T.
Okay, thank you. There is also, just skipping ahead in my notes here, there was also a late letter of objection from Miss Herries that I understand arrived yesterday. I can see you nodding. That you've received copies of that, and you're content for that to be accepted into the.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could someone arrange for a copy of that to be provided to me? Because I haven't actually seen that as yet. Any other letters of representation I need to be aware of? No, thank you. I held a case management conference call on the 30th of September 2021 with representatives of the appellant and the council, and this was held to discuss the procedure for the inquiry. The merits of the appeal were not discussed. The conference call covered the following matters: how and where the inquiry will be held, engagement of the participants, what the likely main issues would be, how the main issues would be dealt with in the inquiry, the running order of the inquiry, and the management and submission of inquiry documents. So that's just to let interested parties know that that discussion has taken place. I shall follow the procedure in the Town and Country Planning Appeals Determination by Inspectors Inquiry Procedure England Rules 2000. So when I have concluded my opening remarks, I will invite the appellant to make a brief opening statement. This will help everyone understand the main arguments. I will then hear from interested parties that wish to speak, and the appellant's advocate will normally be allowed to ask questions of each speaker. I may also have my own questions. The appellant's advocate will then introduce his first witness, which I understand will be Mr. Evans first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Who will present evidence on highways matters through evidence in chief. Interested parties will be allowed to ask questions of the witness, and I may also have questions. The same will follow for the appellant's second witness, Mr. Armstrong, on planning matters. When the main issues have been dealt with, I will then lead a discussion on conditions and the planning obligation. This is standard procedure, and the fact that we're discussing conditions for a potential planning permission does not indicate that I have made up my mind on the case. The council will, of course, be expected to participate in that session. I will then hear closing submissions from the appellants. A copy should be provided in writing, please, and time will be made available to facilitate that if it is necessary. I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application for an award of costs, this should be done here before I close the inquiry. Are any intimated at this stage?
No, so we don't anticipate making a cost application against the council, but obviously we reserve our position in case something happens that we're not expecting.
Thank you very much. That's appreciated.
No, I can confirm from our perspective, there's no intention to claim costs. So.
Thank you very much. it should also be said that I have a power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. And if I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal decision is issued. I've already visited the site's surroundings on my own. That was yesterday afternoon, driving along from the main road, west along Lower Road and Park Road, and then north along Ipswich Road, and back south along Meeting Lane and Chapel Road. I should also say that the taxi driver was rather keen to share his views with me on the road network in the area. And I did point out to him that I would have to hear views in this forum instead. So I have disregarded those comments. Presumably that doesn't cause any concerns for any. I will need to visit the site itself. Now, previously, I indicated that an accompanied site visit may be necessary, but having seen the open nature of the site yesterday, I really don't see any need why I would need to be accompanied by any of the parties, subject to two things. First, having the landowner's permission to enter the land by myself, and second, all of the parties making me aware of anything that you think I need to see, so that I can then make a list of those points and make sure that I visit all of those on my site visit. Does anyone have any particular objections to this approach, or is everyone content for me to visit the site by myself?
Certainly, sir. I think we've discussed the matter with the District Council, and we're content for you to visit the site by yourself, and we can certainly ensure that you have landowners' consent for that and a list of anything that you need to see as a checklist to you.
Thank you very much, that's appreciated.
Yes, I agree. The whole site is visible from the public realm, so absolutely fine from our perspective also.
Thank you very much. And interested parties, do you have any concerns with me visiting the site by myself?
No, I have no concerns as long as you walk along footpath 20.
I certainly will do that, yes.
Thank you.
I'll note that down. And anyone on Zoom that has any objections to that approach?
Tony, the only thing I will say about this is there are quite a number of people who would dearly like to come round with you and obviously put their point of view to you. But I think it's a very sensible thing. Sorry, I think it's a very sensible thing that you should do it on your own.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I mean, it should be said as well that, of course, on a site visit, there can be absolutely no discussion on the merits of the proposal at all. Anything to do as the proposal needs to be heard here in an environment where responses can be made by all the parties. Ms. Willits.
Could I request that you also walk down from the site straight down Meeting Lane to the centre of the village? That is the route that most people take to get to the centre of the village. And I think a walk actually along all those roads, because that, particularly Lower Road, because that is the main concern of so many people in the village.
Thank you very much. And if there are any other particular places you wish to see, yes.
Anne mentioned Lower Road. You have to walk all the way through the double blind S bend because there are properties after that towards the B1. So that's all public rights.
Thank you very much. I will do that. If anything pops up during the inquiry, bring it to my attention. Particular points you want me to see, and I will note those down and make sure I do visit those. Thank you. any comments on the running order at all?
So we're completely content with the running order, but just for ease, it probably is better if, as you've got it, that the interested parties go first, and then I'm able to take up the points with Mr. Evans in one go, as opposed to calling him back to deal with other points. So if that is possible, and Mr. Plant is able to connect remotely or come a little bit later today, I think that would be better.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so in terms of speaking to the inquiry, we have a witness table just here and a table there for interested parties as well. And when you are speaking to the inquiry, it's helpful if you can come to the table so that you can use the microphone and everyone can clearly hear what is being said. The inquiry was originally scheduled for 6 days, but that is clearly going to be substantially reduced. Yes, sir.
Right. The appellant stated that they would like to speak after the interested parties. I object to that. I would rather they provided their opening statement so that we could hear their opening statement, respond to any comments raised there, because we don't get the opportunity to speak again, and then they can address any concerns.
Thank you. Well, you'll see from my programme that, or the indicative programme, that after my introduction here, the appellant would make an opening statement. We would then hear from interested parties, and then hear the appellant's evidence in chief. As interested parties, you will get the opportunity to ask questions of the witnesses. But I think it's important to say at this point that the last word always has to go to the appellant in the interests of fairness.
I agree. They had asked, though, to move their opening statement after the interested parties.
No, sorry. So I think you've got a confusion. No, I wasn't asking to move the opening statement. I'm very happy to make the opening statement absolutely first up. Sorry if I was unclear. Apologies.
Okay. Okay, everyone happy? Yep. Good. Right. Mr. Ground, your time estimates, how long do you think it's going to take you for your evidence in chief on?
At the moment, it depends if there are new points to react to, but what I would anticipate is around about an hour and a half in for the highways for Mr. Evans, and probably about 20 minutes for Mr. Armstrong. And opening, I would have thought about 10 minutes.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, that suggests to me then that with the number of interested parties speaking, that we should hopefully be able to hear all of the interested parties before lunch around 1 o'clock, fingers crossed, and then hear the appellant's evidence after lunch. And hopefully we should then be able to get conditions and obligations session in this afternoon as well. There will be breaks mid-morning and mid-afternoon as well. Mr. Ground, I am assuming that you will need some time to prepare your closings. So does it make sense for us to hear all of the evidence today, or as much as we can today, and then come back for closings in the morning? Or do you?
Yes, it does. Just in terms of that, that would be very helpful. I think it's probably going to be easier to come back for conditions as well tomorrow, because Mr. Woolman has very kindly circulated a draft list, and that's currently with my clients, and they're considering the conditions. So I think we might have a better, more constructive discussion if we came back for conditions and then closing tomorrow as well.
Okay. And I will, of course, need to read those.
You'll need to read them and see them. So I think it's probably easier. And I think there's two or three loose ends on the 106 as well that will then hopefully be able to be tidied up by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Willits?
Could you clarify the position regarding Mr. Plant's submission?
Well, that's exactly what we need to do now that we know roughly how long things are going. that's what we need to do now. Now that we know roughly how long things are going to take. Now, normally, it would be the case that if interested parties are wanting to speak, that the appellant would be able to have the last word after that. If Mr. Plant was to speak to the inquiry tomorrow morning, Mr. Ground would, clearly we don't know what he's going to say, but would that cause any difficulties?
It may do, sir, because if he raises some point then that we need to deal with, we might then have to ask for time to deal with that point, and it would mean possibly recalling Mr. Evans. So it would be very much better if Mr. Plant can either remotely or in person come and give his evidence in the normal order of things.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Ground. Right. Are you able to contact Mr. Plant and Mr. Oaten at all and see whether they are able to present their case today, whether that be in person? I know that they've indicated they're not able to do that today, but even if a written statement can be sent in today, then that could potentially be read out and taken into account. I think the difficulty is that we'd originally envisaged 3 days, for that even longer, but we'll be through most of the evidence today, and we need to make sure that it is procedurally fair. If you are able to contact Mr. Plant and Mr. Oaten, and I think we just have to come back through the day to that point and see where we are in terms of any responses they've provided.
Are you happy for me to tell them that it is today that they need to submit that?
Really, it does need to be today. Yes, there is a risk that they might not be able to do that.
I can directly liaise with Mr. Plant. Had a number of contact with him, but I'll also speak to the members of the community here. Probably also got close contact as well. So we'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you very much. That would be appreciated. Thank you. Right. At the case management conference, it was agreed that the plans that were to be considered today are those that were listed in condition 2 of the committee report.
To the letters, that was the late fee that we had. This is the letter that we received from John Dunnett, but that was actually on the planning application and not on the appeal.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So are you wanting a copy of Mr. Dunnett's?
Yes, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the one you were referring to, Mr. Brown.
It is, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
That's on the plan.
Okay, so back to plans. At the case management conference, it was agreed that the plans that are being considered are those listed in condition 2 of the committee report. However, Mr. Armstrong, in his proof of evidence, has highlighted some concerns with that. So before we continue, it'd be useful just to get agreement on the exact set of plans. Mr. Warner, I take it you're aware of the concerns that have been raised by Mr. Armstrong about the plans. Which ones is it that you think are the plans that we should be considering?
I'm not quite sure. I've seen the content of that.
Yeah, so I think possibly the easiest place to pick it up is Appendix 8 of Mr. Armstrong's proof of evidence, because he's listed the plans and documents comprising the planning application at the time the appeal was lodged in Appendix 8. So I think it is those ones that are correct. And you're absolutely right, in his proof, he has
paragraph 1.5.
yes, absolutely. He's listed the differences, I think.
Paragraph
2.4, I think it is.
Oh, 2.4 is it? Yes, 2.4. Mr. Warner, I can see that that's something you clearly weren't aware of. Perhaps that's something that we can have a look at over the course of the day, and we can come back to that matter.
Yeah, I will double check that. That's fine. Thank
So,
you.
so far as we're concerned, we think that the correct list is the Appendix 8 list. And I think Mr. Woolner's on the Dropbox link that he circulated, I think he's got that list of plans on the Dropbox link. So I anticipate that we'll be at one.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other plans that I need to be aware of at all? Okay. I understand all documents are available for interested parties to view on the council's website. That's correct, is it?
They are. They're available in terms of our public access system. We have got a Dropbox, as was mentioned, just for documents for easy access in the inquiry as well.
Thank you very much. From the appellant, I've received the following proofs of evidence. From Mr. Evans on transport matters, a proof of evidence with 2 volumes of appendices.
Yes, sir.
And from Mr. Armstrong on planning matters, a proof of evidence with appendices.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have read those proofs and can take them largely as read. Other documents, we've spoken about Ms. Herry's letter. Conditions were also mentioned, so I'll see the latest set of conditions when they're available. And when do you expect that you might be able to let me see a copy of the conditions?
Happy to send that over this morning if you like. I think I just sent a draft over to the appellants last night. There really are only 2 conditions that need some discussion beyond those that were in the committee report for the other application.
Thank you. And the planning obligation, you mentioned that earlier.
Yes, so I think the latest position on the planning obligation is, I think we said submitted a draft to you, and there are literally 2 or 3 matters where I think we're waiting for comments on 2 or 3 matters which we're hoping to resolve today, as I understand the position. So you will, we'll give you an update on that first thing tomorrow morning, probably in reality. And so I think we're asking the solicitor to be there in case you had any questions of her. So, I mean, I don't know if it's convenient to say that we would discuss that in the morning, the 106, so that we can give her a time to dial in remotely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't see why we can't start off at 9:30 with the conditions and obligation session. Is it okay? And when do you think you might be able to get this latest draft to me to review?
We could give you the. Have you got a copy of the one that was sent electronically about a week ago?
The one I have. I think it
was dated the 8th or the 9th. And the covering email was something like the 8th or the 9th.
I will have to check and see. Perhaps it'd be easier if you're able to send the latest version to me in any case. Then
it'd probably more convenient for you to have that on paper, wouldn't it? So through Mr. Woolner, we may get a copy printed or one of his team.
You think that'd be possible this afternoon as well?
Yeah.
This is perhaps a question for both advocates. I don't know what the implications are at the moment because I haven't had the opportunity to look in any detail, but the Environment Act was given royal assent at the end of last week. Does this have any implications for this proposal that the parties need to address in the shape of any new submissions at all?
I was not anticipating it does, but I can review that overnight. But I don't anticipate it does.
So, Sarah, I think we take the same view and we'll do the same exercise.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone intend to submit any further evidence today at all? No. Okay, excellent.
Sorry, could I'm not certain whether it's evidence or not, but the piece I really wanted to draw attention to was the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, which in 2009 gave the councils the right to be able to reject a secondary or overlapping application. Would that be appropriate to, I haven't put it in writing as yet, but I was going to talk about it. Is it the right time to just announce that I'm going to talk about that one?
Well, if you're, that's helpful that you've intimated to the parties that that's something that you're going to raise, and they will then be able to respond to that. I don't. Were you intending to submit that as a document at all, or were you just intending to refer?
Well, I was just going to read it out.
Sorry?
I was going to point out that the process was actually put into place specifically to stop this, what's going on here at the moment, and we haven't used it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oaten. I think that's best a matter to bring up in your statement later.
Will do. Okay.
The parties can then respond to that accordingly. Thank you very much.
Understood.
Right, so the main issues then, in the absence of a case from the council, I've had regard to all of the letters of representation, and whilst these cover multiple issues, the main issues as I currently see them are, in no particular order, firstly, whether or not the proposal would have an unacceptable impact on highway safety or have a severe cumulative impact on the road network, and that talking about the highway and the road network includes the footpath. Secondly, whether or not the proposal would harm the settlement pattern of the area in light of local and national policies for housing. Lots of other matters have been raised as well, including air quality, sustainability, effect on character and appearance of the area, loss of trees, ecological impact, impact on local services and so on, as well as matters of antisocial behaviour and land ownership. Whether or not any other matters are considered as main issues in my decision will simply depend on the evidence that we hear today and tomorrow. Any comments on those main issues at all? No. Okay, well, that concludes my opening remarks. Any other queries about procedure or other matters before we start? No? Okay, right, excellent. Mr. Ground, then, if we could have your opening statements there.
So, give an opening statement, if I may, orally, and then in writing, obviously in closing, if you're acceptable with that. Yeah. So just to introduce matters first, as you know, so this is an application to build 70 homes, including 23 affordable homes on an allocated site in the recently adopted local plan for East Suffolk. It's precisely the quantum of development envisaged in the plan and provides the access to Park Road, which is expected in the plan. The application was recommended for approval by the officers of the council in their report for the 29th of June committee meeting, and Suffolk County Council, the Highway Authority, have raised no objection to the application, subject to conditions, since April 2021. The council have also now resolved not to defend the appeal, as you've heard, having had further expert evidence from Brookbanks, who are now also satisfied that this application can be approved with conditions. Then, sir, I'll just touch on the proposal, so that's clear for everyone. The proposal is precisely what was envisaged in SCLP policy 12.51 of the East Suffolk Council local plan adopted in September 2020. The proposal is set out in detail, Mr. Armstrong's proof, but in short, it provides for one, a mix of 70 new homes, with 23 being affordable and 6 being bungalows. Secondly, a well-designed scheme that responds to the site and its context and provides a range of additional traditional houses and sufficient space and separation to ensure amenity and privacy. Thirdly, open space well above policy requirements of 38% of the site, which in total is 1.97 hectares of open space. Fourthly, access provided from Park Road as envisaged in the local plan, with connections to footpath 20, which will be improved as a commitment of the development. And fifthly, there will be off-site improvements to footpath 20, widening of Park Road, as well as improvements to the junctions of Park Road and Ipswich Road and Lower Road and the B1079, all of which you drove down yesterday. And then, sir, turn to the highways issues, which is forms the bulk of the objections. By the time of the committee of the 29th of June 2021, the position was that after careful consideration of the transport assessment and its addendum, the Highway Authority, Suffolk County Council, didn't have any objection to the application subject to appropriate conditions. And so the views of the statutory consultee in this context, we say, should be given great weight, great or considerable weight, and only departed from for cogent or compelling reasons. The officers of the council recommended that permission be granted. The officers unsurprisingly concluded that the scheme is in accordance with policy 12.51 that allocates the site for approximately 70 homes, and that's at 8.2 of their committee report. They concluded that the proposal is considered to represent sustainable development in accordance with the objectives of the framework and the adopted plan, and they recommended the grant of permission. The council then resolved to defer the application to get a report of a secondary technical consultancy, and Brookbanks then identified various action points on the 16th of September 2021, which Mr. Begland has highlighted to you, and that's at RE1, you'll be familiar in the appendices of Mr. Evans. And those action points have been comprehensively responded to by Mr. Evans in 2 technical notes, which he's put in at RE2 and RE4. And those responses were accepted by Suffolk County Council in their response of the 12th of October 2021, which is at RE3. And SCC's, Suffolk County Council's, conclusions was the following: taking all the above factors into account, whilst the Brookbanks review did not highlight any errors in the judgment for highways and transport, none of this changes the overall conclusions arrived at in the Suffolk County Council consultation letters. So Brookbanks, having considered the technical notes of Canons, Mr. Evans, and the Highways Authority's response, which accepted that the application could proceed subject to conditions, there was then, unsurprisingly, a planning committee meeting in which the council were recommended and did decide not to defend the appeal on the 26th of October 2021. The council also resolved at that meeting to grant planning permission on the duplicate application. So the position is that all the professional officers who have looked at this matter, the County Council as Highways Authority, and now Brookbanks, consider that this allocated site can be permitted in highway terms. The view is also shared by the council. It may be, and it appears that it is still the case, that others Well, it may be that others, sorry, are now satisfied of the position in highway terms following this extra work and consideration. Mr. Evans, though, will deal with all the matters briefly in his evidence in chief. It's worth dealing now, and I'll just deal with the essential matters that are Brookbanks and just those 5 matters that they said were essential and how they've been resolved. Firstly, in terms of traffic flow data, it was perfectly reasonable with the unprecedented COVID situation to gather data for the most sensitive parts of the road network and then use adjustments to make that representative, as was agreed with Suffolk County Council. But the gathering of further data confirms the conclusion that there was a low level of baseline traffic, and the level of traffic increase would easily allow the surrounding roads to remain as quiet lanes. So that was the first issue that Brookbank said was essential. Secondly, on their second issue, there was no need to have speed surveys because the junction design for the site access complied with standards for a 30-mile-an-hour road in any event. And the applicant was not trying to have any relaxation of normal standards for that class of road. But when the speed surveys have been done, in order to address the Brookbanks issue, they merely confirm that the displays are sufficient for the speeds that people are going on that park road. Thirdly, and the third issue, the highway works were entirely usual in design and scope and didn't need a stage 2 safety audits, which can be done at detailed design stage. Fourthly, the internal roads, which were designed to comply with Suffolk Design Guide standards, not surprisingly, provide for the swept pass for a refuse vehicle. So that has now been shown by the swept path assessments done, which you've got in an appendix to one of those technical notes. And fifthly, the displays were always correctly shown in the drawings. In any event, it's accepted by Brookbanks that the detailed design will confirm the visibility displays. This sets out the short answer to the only points that were alleged to be essential to deal with in the assessment. There was a complete answer accepted by Suffolk County Council and Brookbanks to these, and indeed all the lesser points that they raised. Insofar as the third parties will continue to raise points, despite this, Mr. Evans will deal with these. Many of the points raised by the third parties about the location of the development and the surrounding roads network, and the surrounding narrow roads, this really amounts to a challenge to the local plan allocation, which of course was made in full knowledge of the surrounding network. Complaints about the pedestrian network are surprising. The application will improve pedestrian accessibility by providing a route through the development with appropriate pedestrian accessibility. In addition, the application will bring about improvements to footpath 20, in particular an improvement of the surface of it for the benefit of all pedestrians. There will be a good and safe route to the primary school. The cycle route to the primary school is along quiet lanes, which for the very light level of traffic, they will be suitable for all to use. The evidence of Mr. Evans is that the proposal accord with the local plan policy and national policy on transport. And so then I just turn to the last issue, which I think is really your second issue, which is compliance with the plan and balance. The evidence of Mr. Armstrong is that the development accords with the allocation policy 12.51 and all the requirements of the development plan. It is certainly in accordance with the development plan read as a whole, and that, we say, can be given substantial weight in the light of 38.6, which you'll be very familiar with. Even when the wider balance is done, as Mr. Armstrong does in his proof, there are a number of factors that should be given positive weight. Clearly, the benefit of housing should be given significant positive weight, as should the high-quality design and the biodiversity net gain. The significant over-provision of public open space, the highway improvements and pedestrian connectivity and economic benefits should be given moderate weight. These benefits clearly massively outweigh any possible harm to the non-designated strict Baptist chapel, even if there is limited harm. And the position of Mr. Armstrong is that there is in fact no harm to that non-designated heritage asset, and that is supported by the assessment that was done with the application. Thus, you will be invited in time to approve the development which complies with the development plan, and so should be approved without delay under paragraph 11 of the framework. The wider planning balance confirms that this also should be approved. So, thank you, sir. That's what I propose to say in opening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ground. Right, okay. It's 11:05. I wonder if this might be a good time to take a short adjournment, and when we come back, we will then move straight into the evidence of the interested parties. So I would intend that we hear Councillor Hedgley first, then Ms Willets, then Mr Brooke, then Mr Dow, then Councillor Fryatt, and we will try and see what we can do with Mr Plant and Mr Oaten as the day proceeds. So I suggest we have an adjournment now and come back at 11:25, if that's not an odd time to come back. Gives everyone enough time to have a comfort break. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that.
I have rung and emailed.
Thank you.
There was no answer to the phone, so I've left a message and told them to email them to the Queen's box or given them the again the Zoom invites and also my mobile.
Thank you very much
Hopefully
indeed. That's
they will
appreciated.
contact,
Good.
yeah.
We'll see what.
So
see
is
what
there
comes
anything
out of
you
that.
require?
No, that's it from me.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I
Thanks
can
for all
walk
your
my
help.
dog then.
Yes.
To remind you that the room is live, so it's still streaming. So if you want to discuss it, so you don't.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
I'm all right just now, thank you.
Oh, really? Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Christmas?
Yeah, who's where and when and.
Oh.
Did it?
Oh, right. So what, they've only opened, they only opened up like the week before Christmas? Yeah.
About that? Yeah.
I think after last year, everyone was much more laid back. Like, recent happening. With too much of a fuss.
Have you got a big family?
Well, we kind of have, yeah, because it's yeah. We just want to play it. Yeah. Good.
Is it you now?
Sorry?
You now.
I'm next, yeah. Just for 3 minutes if you want. That's awesome. Yeah. Right.
interesting to listen to the discussion that are going on. Which we, as part of this process, have not.
Okay, it's 11:25 and time to resume. I think we have everyone here. Any procedural matters before we move to interested parties at all? Nothing from Mr. Plant or Mr. Oaten?
Just checking now.
Thank you.
Right, nothing received yet.
Thank you. Right, interested parties then. Councillor Edgley, would you like to take a seat?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I would like to thank all those who have organised today's hearing. The question, did this council exceed the lawful timescale for approving this application? Well, the answer is probably yes, but the reasons are many. The first and most important was that the councillors on the planning committee were not convinced of the rightness of this application, nor, and to mention it, were the other 600 Grundisburgh objectors. There are some people that believe that the Grundisburgh application should have been passed just because it's in the local plan and the full council had approved the local plan. But what is the local plan? The local plan is a document which sets out planning policies and proposals for new development. It is the vehicle which gives legal weight to the council's development policies. It has not come down from Mount Sinai with the Ten Commandments. If a housing application in the local plan is to be approved without question, just because it's in there, without councillor oversight, without councillor democracy, simply because it's in the local plan, then what is the point of bringing it in front of the planning committee? It could just be rubber stamped by one councillor. Councillors have a perfect right to reject an application if they see fit. This is not a decision or a matter for vote again, please, you got it wrong the first time. One of the causes of dissatisfaction by the people of Grundisburgh is that the Chapelfield development was not in the first draft. It was slipped into the final draft. The second cause of dissatisfaction is that the hearing of the final draft by the inspector, the Parish Council tried to raise sincerely held concerns of the access and roads surrounding Chapelfield, only to be told that it is a point of objection that should be brought up at the application stage. At the application stage, when they did so, they were told by some it was too late to bring those concerns up, they should have done it earlier. It is certainly true that viewed from above, via our good friend Google, that particular field looks ripe for development. However, when viewed from street level, the concerns and shortcomings are manifold, and I submit obvious. The local roads are narrow and in some cases dangerous for pedestrians. There are no pavements. Vehicles and pedestrians share the carriageway. There have been a number of accidents at the crossroads, although thankfully none fatal. I myself have witnessed the aftermath of one such accident. Lower Road is patently unsuitable for anything but light vehicles. It has no passing places, save for some residents' driveways. A suggestion, by the way, that has infuriated the householders, and includes a hairpin bend that cannot facilitate long vehicles such as a school bus. A car journey from the new estate to Woodbridge Road is a question of 800 yards down Lower Road or 1.5 miles via the village centre, and one to which the majority of drivers from the new estate will choose. Also, Lower Road is a designated diversion route should the main road through the village be shut for any reason. The problems of a bus passing through the lane and its chicane recently are now the stuff of legend. The Meeting Lane Chapel Road merged halfway along and is practically a 90-degree bend. On their own formula, SCC highways plan 1.5 cars per dwelling. That is approximately 100 cars on the estate. As the homes are not cheap, it's my contention that a couple purchasing one will probably both have to work, and so the number of cars per homes rises stealthily and acceptably to 2. And of course, inevitably, teenagers reaching the age of 17 will want their own car. The number of cars on the new estate would increase in time. There's no doubt in my mind about that. At present, the primary school is nearly full. Busing will eventually become part of the norm, and with it the ever contentious arguments of catchment area, free bus travel, and a constant headache for our colleagues at the SCC Education Department. Medical facilities are another concern, with a satellite consulting room in Grundisburgh and the likelihood of a major improvement some way down the line. I will not bore you with the arguments of building houses without adequate infrastructure first, and the suggestion we wait for seal money. You must have heard this many times. And so we come to the question of footpath 20. The plan is to upgrade it with some foundations, tarmac its length with a width that will take prams and buggies. It will become the main route to school, to the bus route and to the village centre. Without it, this new estate will not work as well as people think it should. So we have the almost Kafkaesque situation where the whole feasibility of a 70-home estate rests on the upgrade of an old rural footpath across a field exiting at one point through a gap between two houses, a playing field and a busy car park. A footpath whose ownership, by the way, is disputed by at least 3 adjacent residents. The fact is, the roads surrounding the field are not safe for pedestrians. Tinkering about the edges will make them, as it is alleged, safer. Safer is not safe. As I said at the beginning, the councillors on the planning committee voted against it because they were not convinced of the rightness of the application. I still believe that to be the case. But that's democracy working, however inconvenient that may be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
So I don't have any questions for Councillor Hedgley.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hedgley, perhaps because I have seen the site from a car, I haven't seen the footpath in detail yet. Perhaps you could just describe that for me.
Well,
as to, you said that the scheme, its feasibility of the scheme relies on the footpath. So if you could just describe it to me.
Yes, it does to a certain extent. The footpath exists at the moment.
Sorry, could you bring the microphone?
Sorry,
thank you.
Apologise. The footpath that exists at the moment goes from the junction of Meeting Lane and Chapel Lane, and goes across the field. And when it's across the field, it's a double dog leg because it skirts around a hedge, and then goes forward through the playing field, and then through the car park to the playing field and off onto the main Ipswich Road. About 3/4 of the way along the length, there is a small cut-off which goes through between two houses on the existing estate as a footpath.
Okay, thank you. What's the surfacing of that?
It's grass.
Just grass.
Until you reach the car park at the Ipswich Road end, which is asphalt.
Okay, and if I understand correctly, at the car park, there's no delineated path.
Sorry?
If I understand correctly from the documents, when you get to the car park, there's no delineated footpath.
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Willits of the Parish Council. Thank you, Ms. Willits.
Anne Willits, and I'm chairman of Grundisburgh Parish Council. I feel it's important for me, particularly after some of the things we've heard now, to make you aware that the community of Grundisburgh has been fighting the local plan proposals to build on unsuitable sites in the village now for 4 years, and it has not been straightforward. In the first draft local plan, land to the west of Ipswich Road was the only site put forward by Suffolk Coastal, their preferred site, with direct access onto the C323, the main road through the village. The Parish Council and 48 local objectors successfully proved this site unsuitable, and it was rejected by the local authority on landscape grounds. Parish Council and objectors were shocked to find, without any consultation, another site had been substituted in the final draft local plan, SCLP 12.52, land to the west of Chapel Road, a site of 3.38 hectares, part of the field known locally as Chapel Field. 123 responses were received objecting to the proposal, twice as many as any other proposal in that final draft local plan. During the public examination by the planning inspector Philip Lewis on September the 17th, 2019, Ingent, the civil engineers, in their technical note for the site proposer, gave detailed reasons why access to land west of Chapel Road was not possible via Chapel Road and Meeting Lane, stating that Park Road, Lower Road present more suitable routes for access to the site. The planning inspector found policy 12.52 of the final draft local plan unsound. And I feel I need to say, I wasn't intending to say this bit, but I was here on that day, and it was Mr. Armstrong who stood up at that point and waved a piece of paper in the air saying that I have a statement of common ground all ready to go. And he turned to the highways representative who was here and said, this has been agreed. And the highways representative knew nothing of it. The next thing that we knew, the statement of common ground was signed late in October. It appeared on the website in November between Hopkins Homes, East Suffolk and Suffolk County Council, and was submitted to the inspector. The site was extended to 5.16 hectares, gaining access from Park Road and Lower Road in the main modification 86. Despite Parish Council and many local objections, the local plan was adopted on the 23rd of September in 2020. That was several weeks before Grundisburgh Parish Council received information following a Freedom of Information request, which was delayed because of COVID restrictions. The new information led us to believe that key detail was purposely withheld from both the planning inspector and the general public by SCDC, the Suffolk County Council and the site promoter during that local plan examination. Detail that showed required improvements were needed to widen Park Road that were contingent on the removal of veteran trees and hedgerows from Grundisburgh Hall Park, a non-designated heritage asset specified by East Suffolk in their policy 11.8, and an area that the planning inspector in his final report was anxious to safeguard. Unfortunately, this fundamentally vital information was received too late to challenge the validity of the local plan, but in an official complaint submitted by the Parish Council, Philip Ridley considered the plan contained too much detail for the local plan stage. The detail would be submitted and scrutinised at the planning stage. This has never taken place despite numerous requests. No civil engineering drawings have been produced to show exactly how Park Road is to be widened at this northwestern corner adjoining Grundisburgh Hall Park. Hopkins Homes submitted two identical applications in August-September 2020, which were accepted by East Suffolk, even though the Parish Council has learned since. They're only amateurs, we didn't know. Local planning authorities can refuse to accept duplicate applications. This ability for a planning authority to refuse a duplicate application was added to legislation for a number of reasons. The main one being the distortion and damaging effect it could have on the timescale of a current application. It is very clear that East Suffolk are well aware of this danger, but allowed it to continue. They recognise the motives for Hopkins Homes doing this. Ridiculous timescales, and it was very obvious that there was a groundswell of local comments. It simply destroyed any opportunity for the consultation process to operate as it should. This is what has happened to this application, and it was catastrophic process, both for East Suffolk, but particularly for the community of Grundisburgh. The local community has submitted well over 1,100 objections to these planning applications, all mentioning the historic unclassified access lanes signed as unsuitable for HGVs leading onto the site. Park Road does not include a footway. The road would have to be used by pedestrians to access the public right-of-way through Grundisburgh Park and the bus stop on Ipswich Road. Lower Road runs as a continuation of Park Road, and together they serve 35 properties at the moment. It is the shortest route to access the A12 and Woodbridge. The majority of Brunswick residents use Woodbridge for shopping, education, recreation, and employment needs. A lot of people use Lower Road, particularly during the day, because the crossroads in the centre of the village are honestly only safe to try and negotiate when you can see headlights coming. Low Road is a minimum of 2.8 metres and an average of 3.7 in width. There are two 90-degree bends without buildings abutting the highway. Even one car, regardless of size, has difficulty in negotiating that S-bend. Pedestrians have no safe refuge. The only available passing places are residents' private driveway entrances. Lower Road is arguably the most dangerous road in the village presently and will become ever more hazardous, particularly if this development goes forward. The main route to the village centre is Chapel Road via Meeting Lane. People are unlikely to deviate from this desire line, despite the lack of footpaths. But the impact on highway safety and the vehicular and pedestrian conflict will be severe. All residents will be discouraged from walking or cycling to access the village amenity. New traffic figures produced for the applicant show a revised split in the use of Park Road and Lower Road by the proposed development. It was originally stated that Park Road would carry 60% of the traffic generated by the development and Lower Road 40%. Now the figures are reversed. 40% Park Road, 60% Lower Road. This would mean that Lower Road would carry more traffic now with the 70 proposed dwellings than when County Highways objected to the 80 proposed dwellings submitted within the original September 2020 application. The new marginally improved visibility displays proposed at the junctions with the C323 Ipswich Road and the B1079 at either ends of the access lanes can't just be safer, they must be safe. Suffolk County Highways, as local highway authority, have stated in their PIN statement dated the 11th of October 2021, I quote, "It is not a requirement for all off-site junctions to be brought fully to modern design standards, especially when there are historic junctions built before these standards were applied. Suffolk County Council have misadvised on this matter, since the planning application needs to demonstrate, irrespective of the age of junctions involved, that according to paragraph 110B of the National Planning Policy Framework, I quote, that safe and suitable access to the site must be achieved for all users. Over the last 40 years, Grundisburgh has seen a lot of housing development, and I've seen it all. All the access roads from them lead directly onto the main road through the village, not single track country lanes with no footpaths. Lower Road and Park Road are now signed as quiet lanes. the Department of Transport states, quiet lanes are minor rural roads or networks of minor rural roads appropriate for shared use by walkers, cyclists, horse riders and other vehicles. The aim of quiet lanes is to maintain the character of minor rural roads by seeking to contain rising traffic growth. The proposal relies, as Councillor Hedgley has said, on improvements to footpath 20 to access the village amenities, particularly the school. The footpath on the playing field is not overlooked because of the gradients involved, and it can't be lit. The footpath runs between the boundary of the field and the tennis court, past the children's play area, and then through the middle of the car park and along the vehicular access to the field from Ipswich Road. It is increasingly used by cyclists and partly police. The dangers posed to pedestrians accessing the field from the entrance to Postal Orchard and the conflict with cyclists using the footpath from the entrance cyclists using the footpath would be greatly increased if the footpath were to have a hard surface. I know ownership of land is not a planning matter, but it can complicate delivery of a scheme. At no point is footpath 20 on land controlled by the applicant. I was lucky enough to be a member of the group that produced the parish plan in 2006. One of the questions asked was concerning the most suitable site for a new village hall. As a result of the answers, the parish clerk inquired of Suffolk County Highways as to the viability of Chapel Field as a site for a new village hall and 20 dwellings. The reply was as follows. Any proposal to provide a village hall and small residential development with access taken from Park Road would not be supported by this authority, as the surrounding vehicular and pedestrian links to the site are inadequate to support the development. The road network leading to the site consists of narrow and single track roads with no pedestrian facility. This is unacceptable for such a development. We had further consultation with Highways, and they revealed that the road network they were referring to was Meeting Lane, Chapel Road, Park Road and Lower Road. For these roads, they said, to be acceptable, they would have to be made wide enough to accommodate passing vehicles, including service vehicles. There are long stretches of Meeting Lane, Chapel Road, Park Road, which would have to be widened. Chapel Road, Lower Road, Crossroads would need improvement. This is all Highways statement. Park Road was a blind spot when turning right, onto Ipswich Road. As there is no pedestrian access, footpaths would have to be built to the site. Lower Road may just need passing places, but there is no land available. The cost of these works would be astronomical, and it is very likely the owners of land needed to widen the roads would be unwilling to sell, particularly if more traffic passing their properties would be generated. There is bound to be lots of objections to the destruction of the character of country lanes, as so many houses would be affected. That was the statement from Suffolk County Council Highways in 2006. Those country lanes have not changed. It is those same country lanes that are mentioned in the report produced for the current local plan by Alison Farmer Associates when writing about the area around Chapel Field. It's a rural edge field, few detracting features. Network of very narrow lanes are the key to the character of the village. The historic parkland character, due to high concentration of veteran trees, high quality scenic quality due to patterns of vegetation, topography and small scale setting to the registered parkland at Grundisburgh Hall and the wider village. Good footpath and rural lane connectivity from the settlement to the wider countryside. Opportunities to plant and manage roadside trees and hedges along Chapel Road. Provide stronger village edge against the rear of post-mill gardens. I would agree to all this. It is those country lanes in this southern area are the essence of Brunswick. It is they that need protection to try to preserve more tranquil areas for our many walkers, dog walkers, cyclists, rather than continually trying to urbanise our lovely village community.
No questions, sir.
I do just have a couple of questions. But first of all, what is Chapel Field used for at the moment?
It's an agricultural.
Just an agricultural.
It is planted now.
And you talked at the beginning of your statement about not challenging the local plan because of some late information. When you say you didn't challenge, are you talking about legal challenge?
Apparently, when the local plan was approved on the 23rd of September 2020, we would have had 5 weeks in which to challenge any part. Had we had that freedom of information at that time, we would certainly have legally challenged or challenged in some way the inclusion of Chapel Field.
Okay, so the FOI information that you got was after that period of time.
Sorry.
So the information you received through freedom of information was after that period.
Unfortunately, yes. COVID restrictions were the reason that we were given for it being late.
Okay. You mentioned in your representations that on-street parking takes place along Park Road. Whereabouts are you referring to?
We were referring particularly to the properties at the top of Park Road. Some of them do not have driveways, so there is nearly always a car park there. And also you tend to have visitors to any of those properties parking in the gateway on the opposite side of the road, the gateway to the fields.
And sorry, I should have asked this question before that one. You referred, when you were talking about the local plan and freedom of information that we received, you referred to someone called Philip Ridley, was it?
When we received that information, we put in a complaint to the local authority and we had responses. And in one of those, Philip Ridley said that, yes.
Sorry, just to confirm,
sorry, the Chief Planning Officer,
okay,
Mr. Ridley.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. downsides about coming in to an unknown environment is not knowing that answer. But,
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, and along Park Road, which trees is it that would be lost?
The trees that would be needed for widening at the top corner that is within the Grundisburgh Hall Park area.
So the top corner of
the Grundisburgh Hall Park area. The area that the planning inspector and the local plan was so keen to preserve.
Okay, so that's trees within the national, within the
on the right on the edge, because of the variation in gradient.
Yep.
It was proposed that they would need support of that area. There was slabs involved.
So that's near where the junction is.
Towards the end, yes. And to actually put displays to give visibility towards Ipswich, in the Ipswich direction, there to the left as you come out of Park Road, there would need to be some loss of trees on that front as well. Our tree warden considers that would happen.
And my final question to you comes from the letters that you've submitted, and it's really to do with human rights. What do you consider? How do you consider that human rights would be affected by the proposal?
Well,
just so that I can understand. I don't
yes,
know legislation and detail.
I'm only
just
an amateur.
how you feel about
it's
that.
very difficult for the people, particularly in Lower Road, to have the officers at Suffolk Coastal describe their driveways as informal platting places. That was described in the officer's report.
So you're really talking about peaceful enjoyment of those properties. Without wanting to put words into your mouth. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much indeed for your statement. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Brooke.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? So firstly, just to say thank you to everybody to take the time to listen to my representation. I'm here today. You mentioned earlier that there were a lot of objections. We were surprised how few of us there were here today. We have coordinated ourselves and are obviously representing the views of all of the village.
That's understood and appreciated as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll take a little bit less time today. But in summary, the current application does not comply with the planning inspectorate's own main modification requirements, and the site's inclusion in the local plan, as Anne mentioned, was procedurally unsound in the first place. The applicant was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. This is only causing the round hole to deform and split and does not make the site a good fit. This is the root cause for the non-determination, as Councillor Hedgley said, and the reason we are here today. There have been clear issues raised around access, and those issues around access are still not satisfied. And I'll provide a bit more information on those if I may. Firstly, in paragraph 163 of the Planning Inspectorate's report on the local plan from the 8th of September 2020, it stated that the proposed access, I'm quoting this, as set out in the submitted plan onto Chapel Road is not feasible due to its narrow width, lack of footways, and the inability for it to be suitably widened. The application as submitted is therefore unsound, as it is inconsistent with the national policy as expressed in the framework, as safe and suitable access cannot be achieved for all users, not just cars, not just bikes, not just pedestrians, for all users. So just to remind ourselves, and so that we're all clear, the key aspects of the national planning policy framework that the planning inspector is referring to are paragraph 111. The development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. And paragraph 112, and this follows straight on, within this context, applications for development should give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements, both within the scheme and with neighbouring areas. And B, address the needs of people with disabilities and reduced mobility in relation to all modes of transport. Additionally, paragraph 165 in that, the planning inspectorate's report states that the provision of safe and suitable pedestrian access to services and facilities in the village is required so as to be consistent with national policy. As a result of these observations, the applicant assured the planning inspectorate that it could satisfy these requirements by widening Park Road, and the planning inspectorate introduced the main modification 86, stating, and I quote again, vehicle access to the site is expected to be onto Park Road, and safe pedestrian access will need to be provided, including exploring opportunities to create safe access to Ipswich Road via the recreation. Do you mind if I just grab some water? So at no point does this modification exclude the requirement to create footways, nor does it exclude the requirement to provide safe and suitable pedestrian access on Park Road or Lower Road, both of which are primary access routes for those residents into the village. Nor does it negate the need to give priority to pedestrians or cycle movements in neighbouring areas. So the planning inspectorate was very clear to look at provisions for a footpath into the village, but it didn't say that then that would solve all problems. The footways were still missing from the roads on Chapel Road, Park Road and Lower Road. Even Suffolk County Council highways themselves, and has provided some more evidence on this already, have stated in the December 2018 local plan consultation statement, no footways on Park Road or Chapel Road, -required. So to be clear, this is indicating that Suffolk County Council highways are stating that footpaths are required on Park Road for this site to be considered. They are not, so at the moment they're still not objecting to it, but they're not saying it's safe, and they haven't explained why all of a sudden they don't need footpaths or footways to be considered on Park Road. So Park Road is now being widened as part of the application. That's what was stated in main modification 86. But this widening is giving no provision for any of the other shortcomings outlined by the planning inspectorate, namely, most importantly, the footways, as well as safe and suitable access for all users within the scheme and neighbouring areas of Lower Road and Park Road, Chapel Road as well, including people with disabilities and reduced mobility who use the quiet lanes for their recreation. Parking provision for existing residents, and Anne mentioned on Park Road, also the case on Lower Road, there are some residents there who either don't have parking or insufficient parking, so they do park on Lower Road as well, close to the dogleg bend. Passing places for increased traffic, safe cycling provision on those roads, visibility displays for existing driveways as increased traffic, and we seem to be ignoring that the existing residents have to then put up with that increased traffic. So why is footway provision so important? And I think this is the reason why so many residents in Grundisburgh are against this site in the local plan. For existing residents who live on Lower Road or on Park Road, access, and for the residents within the village, access to local public footpaths are via these roads, and the existing residents have to walk on those roads to access the centre of the village. There is no way to avoid these roads to get to these footpaths. The applicant has already shown that the development will increase the traffic flows both on Lower Road and Park Road. With the road widening, it will cause this increased traffic to move more quickly. More and quicker traffic will impact non-vehicular traffic and pedestrians, causing an unacceptable impact on road safety against the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraphs 111 and 112, which should give priority to pedestrians and cyclists in both within the scheme and neighbouring areas. The applicant may try to convince you otherwise, but let's be clear that footpath 20 does nothing to alleviate any of these concerns on Park Road or Lower Road. It is merely a route for the residents of the new development to access the centre of the village via a longer route than they would take if they wanted to take the most direct route. Finally, Lower Road has not even been considered in the proposal, despite the National Planning Policy Framework's requirement to considering the impact on neighbouring areas. These issues have been further highlighted by the Brookbanks report, an independent peer review of the applicant's original traffic assessment, which highlighted 48 findings of emissions, 5 of which were considered essential, 7 desirable, and 7 moderately beneficial. So the applicant today in their opening statement said that they would reply to 5 of those, but they haven't addressed either the desirable ones or even the moderately beneficial ones. It's staggering that an experienced developer with sufficient resources could have omitted so many important aspects of a traffic assessment, not least given the planning inspectorate's original concerns and those of all of the residents around the access requirements. Given that the scope of that review was only a peer review of the procedural undertaking of the traffic report and not the actual traffic assessment and the facts that were determined by it, we have to question the validity of the actual traffic survey itself. What about all of the other assessments that have been called into question along the way as well, including the ecological assessment, where we had to push for a further ecological assessment to be done on the areas of the road, as Anna suggested, where hedgeways had to be removed to facilitate the widening of the road. And that's widening just sufficiently to allow cars to pass safely without any footways. Can we rely on all of those other assessments as well? So, in conclusion, around the meeting of the main modification 86 in the planning inspectorate comments, but it would seem to me that the planning inspectorate wanted to ensure that any plans for this site addressed the lack of footways. That was the key reasoning for introducing the main modification, and the need for safe and suitable access to be achieved for all users, according to the National Planning Policy Framework, both within the scheme and neighbouring areas, and that the plans complied with those statements. As Anne already talked about, the inclusion of the site in the local plan, my second point, was not sound. There was no reason given for the inclusion of the site, I think it was 119, which was introduced after the options and consultations process for the site, so it did not appear on that original site list, so no comments could be raised against that site. It then appeared on the first draft local plan for the first time and received a number of objections. Chapelfield had appeared on the original options and consultation statement, but as I've already referred to, was dismissed even by Suffolk County Council Highways as being unsuitable because of highways. Yet it's, additionally, the planning authority here, so East Suffolk Council, or Suffolk Coast as it was at the time, said, comments noted, this was for Chapelfield, site has been identified as potential. However, site 119 has been deemed a more suitable site for allocation due to better connectivity with services and facilities in the village. So even at that point, a site that Chapelfield was considered by East Suffolk Council to be less suitable than another site that has already been rejected from the local plan. So it was then included in the final draft of the local plan, which reduced the amount of opportunity that residents had to object to it. Despite that, there were substantial objections that were continued all the way through, and a main modification was made. And I've highlighted again earlier, that I don't, those requirements in the main modification have not been met. So I feel that the local plan itself wasn't positively prepared because it was unsound, because procedurally it prevented sufficient consultation to take place. It was omitted from the first draft of the local plan. And just by way of background, both of those sites were the same landowner, or were put forward by the same landowner. So it wasn't that you know, the landowner itself decided to submit both of those different sites. And I think one thing I do want to add as well about Craig Plant, I have been in touch with him. He is in meetings all day today. He's going to see if he can make it, but he has no access to anything, even in terms of sending over his comments. So he has requested that he speak tomorrow morning, if that is possible.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, and thanks for the update, Mr. Plant, as well. Mr. Ground?
So I don't have any questions. Just as a point of clarification, in opening, I only dealt with 5 of the essential points, but you'll have seen so that Mr. Evans did deal with all 19 points. I don't want to debate it. It's all covered in the documents, and I'll deal with it with Mr. Evans.
And just one question, respect of your statement there. You said that you were questioning the validity of a number of surveys that is in support of the original application, both transport assessment, and you also then referred to the ecological assessment. Was there anything else in particular that you were referring to there? Was it just those 2 that
so there are aspects within the ecological survey that have been queried previously. The applicant stated previously that one of the trees on the site has evidence of potential support for bats. The tree survey that was done separately to that indicated that the tree met a particular classification. The applicant then said that it would be removed because of its classification, despite it having evidence of the bats. The tree surgeon referred to a particular British standard for that classification, and that British standard very clearly states that that does not necessitate the removal of a tree, especially if there are evidence of the bats. Those bats, I think the applicant has said that they are going to do a further bat survey now, but each time what we find is that it's only as a result of the planning process and residents' concerns that the applicant goes the next step further in trying to satisfy requirements. They've had plenty of time to do this in the 2 years of submitting their application. They're experts in this, they do it day in, day out. The residents are not, yet it falls to us to point out these things, and only then do we get things like enhanced visibility displays on junctions, or do we get an ecological survey because they're going to remove hedgerows on a road widening.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Down. While you're getting yourself ready there, Mr. Dale, a note I've just been posted to say that Mr. Oaten is hoping to be in attendance for 2:30 today. So did he say whether that was in person or by Zoom?
In person, yes.
Well, that would be very helpful if he is able to be here for that time. So we will. Right, Mr. Dale.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm sure I'm going to echo a number of points that have already been raised, but I've played a pretty instrumental role in galvanising the community via some email systems that we set up to object to this proposal. And I think I speak on behalf, not on behalf of them, but I can voice many of their views. And I think the question we have to ask ourselves first off is, why has there been so much objection to this proposal? I mean, it's roughly 1,300 objections have been raised against this particular application by a very small community. Essentially, for a lot of the reasons that have been outlined, Chapel Field is a compromised development. We would say that, of course, if you look at it from the ground, there is no direct vehicular access from a main road. It's from a single track country lane. You keep hearing this, it keeps being repeated. I'm sure in your survey, when you go and walk along these roads, you'll see that for yourself. The footpaths that are being proposed are really restricted to the development itself. They don't go beyond that. They don't go into Park Road, they don't go into Lower Road, they don't go into Meeting Lane. They're just within the development itself. The access to the village is disputed, it's also convoluted. It's not the most direct route to the services within the village, and that will push more pedestrians who will take the shortest route, not the one that maybe is desired through planning, to access the school, the shop, the pub, the post office, etc., which will push them more into contact with vehicles or conflict with vehicles. There are no cycleways within the development. And again, we heard about the footpaths. That mixed use is dangerous for various different reasons. And when we look at the assessment of the traffic that's going to increase because of the development and the location of the development, it's quite clear that at least 60% or greater of that, 60% of that traffic that's generated will use Lower Road to access B1079, the main road to Woodbridge and beyond. And that traffic is going to go down Lower Road, what we term the elephant in the room. It wasn't even mentioned in the opening statements by the applicant earlier. Lower Road is a single track unclassified U road. It's a mixed use, it's now a quiet lane. And in places, as Anne said, it's only 2.8 metres wide, so barely enough to get two bicycles to pass each other, let alone a single car or a larger van down that road. And 2 weeks ago, we had a bus stuck in the road. We've had all sorts of issues just generally with the traffic that we have there now, let alone with increased traffic movement. Within the middle of Lower Road, there's this double-blind S-bend, and there are houses, dwellings, past that bend. The only way those residents can walk into the village is through that bend and along Lower Road. And there are limited passing places, and I'll come on to that in a bit. So, in essence, with the increased level of traffic that this development will produce, there is no segregation between this increase in traffic flow and the pedestrians that have to use these roads. That is their only means of access into the village. That's Lower Road, Meeting Road, Lower Road, Meeting Lane, and Park Road. And we would say that this development will not enhance the character of the village. It takes away the essence of the village, as Anne was saying, which is the quiet country lanes. It doesn't improve the well-being or the welfare of the people that live in the affected roads. And if I listen to the testimony from the start and really looking at this process from the beginning, it's really all of this whole process has been about satisfying the council's or the applicant's need. It's not about satisfying the desires, the needs, the wants, and the welfare of the community. That really has taken no place in the discussion. It wasn't in the opening statements earlier. It's all about procedure. It's not about people. People are dramatically affected by this development, and they should be considered, and their voice must be heard. If we look at another aspect of ESDC and what it likes to tell us every day in its Twitter feed, it's all about supporting the drive towards making Suffolk a carbon neutral county in response to the climate emergency. And I'll come on to probably one of the most overused words that we hear in the press nowadays, and that is sustainability. I'll come on to that in a second. So to summarise my introduction, Chapel Field is an ill-chosen and unsuitable location. It is impractical for 70 dwellings to be built on this particular site. It is of an inappropriate scale, the access is inadequate, and it's going to create an unsafe environment for all of our local residents. It is unsafe. As Colin said, safer is not safe. It is not safe. Throughout the campaign, the residents and I of Grundisburgh have been called NIMBYs. We're all NIMBYs. We don't want this in our backyard. You know, we're all against housing. That's clearly not the truth. And it isn't the case. During the last 60 years, Grundisburgh has grown dramatically. It has accommodated many new housing developments. And I can list off a few, but all of these developments access the main road through the village, Ipswich Road. None of them are being accessed by a small single track, unclassified country lane, which is the case, of course, for Chapel Field. In every respect, the residents of Grundisburgh are not against new housing. They're against Chapel Field for the reason that I've just outlined. And we're saying that this is not the first time that this very attractive piece of land, this arable land, this productive land, has been earmarked for development. And I won't reread the statement, but Suffolk County Council have rejected Chapel Field previously, back in 2006 and prior to that, on the basis of inadequate access and it being unsafe for pedestrians. So what's changed since 2006? Why is it different now to then? Well, what's changed is that there's been a massive increase in car ownership. If we look at government statistics, there's about a fourfold increase in car ownership between the 1960s and now. Vehicle usage has gone up 3 or 4 times. And the physical size of the average car is about 30 to 40% bigger than what it would have been in the 1960s as well. One other aspect of this is there's a dramatic increase in light vehicle usage vans. This is the Ocados, your Tesco's, your Amazon deliveries and everything else. That in itself will generate more traffic, not from the residents of the community, but by the residents of the community. But Meeting Lane, Park Road and Lower Road, they've not changed at all. Physically, they're the same as they were in the 1960s. So even now we're seeing safety and compromises based upon the increase in traffic flow for all of us owning more cars and the size of the cars themselves. So on a weekly basis, we see issues on that road with the present level of traffic flow, let alone any increase. So the Chapel Field development is essentially, it will exacerbate a situation to an intolerable, we believe, and a hazardous level. And this has been highlighted by Suffolk County Council or Suffolk Highways, stating in the process, in the application process, that it is a narrow single track road with little scope for improvement, which is Lower Road, and of course it is the direct access to Woodbridge and beyond. So it is the designated primary access route to this development. So here we have the elephant in the room, an unclassified single track, multi-use and recently designated quiet lane with a blind S-bend right smack bang in the middle of it, without any footpaths or pedestrian segregation or cycling segregation or any other segregation for other road users from cars, and no scope for adding these. This is now the main access route to a 70 dwelling housing estate. I mean, I would say that ultimately, neither the planners or the highway department have demonstrated that this plan is safe. They have not, and I won't go into all the details previously said. But talking about Lower Road in particular, and this is what does infuriate the residents. Lower Road works at the moment because the residents are kind enough to allow their drives, their driveways, their land to be used as what the council calls informal passing places. This allows the passing of a moving car from a stationary car. But this relies upon their rights and their consent. But with the increasing traffic flow that will no doubt occur with Chapelfield, this is going to exacerbate this whole situation. And as I said in my opening summary, that the rights, the well-being, the welfare of these residents will be dramatically altered by Chapelfield going ahead. And the residents have been so incensed by this that they signed a letter, 16 households signed a letter, saying that they would not permit their land from being used as passing places if Chapelfield was to go ahead, which of course is perfectly within their legal right. Whether they barricade them with plant pots, gates, chains, or whatever, provided it's on their land, that would be the case, and that would even further compromise access via this route. This is, of course, an unlabelling and undesirable act by residents of a community that is cooperative and generous in spirit. So it's not something that we desire, but it's really as a result of the lack of understanding and appreciation of these residents. I would say that Chapelfield does not meet any test of reasonableness or of common sense based on its location. It stems from a compromised plan, I would say, and when I look at the planning meetings, the planners have been just unwilling to rescind this or to do anything about it. And I think that this is really due to the fact that I understand the way that Hopkins homes are going to work, and I understand the objectives in this, but it's really become a completely developer-led application. The needs of the developer, the needs to deliver these housings on behalf of the developer are overcoming the needs of the people that live in the village. Ultimately, I would say you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. As Julian was saying, this is like putting a square peg into a round hole. Chapelfield is unsuitable, it is unsound, and it is completely unsafe. Can I please say a few words about sustainability, this much overused word that we hear in the press. So, when we talk about sustainability, we talk about passive measures, particularly with houses. We talk about the reduction of CO2. So now we're taking an arable piece of arable land that sequestrates carbon, that holds it in its earth, and we're going to cover that with concrete. Concrete is not sustainable material. It requires a huge amount of energy to make it, and it reduces CO2. When we talk about the heating of these houses, currently they are gas-fired central heating. Now, you might hear the words like, oh, well, they're heat pump ready. Well, they might well be heat pump ready. Every house is essentially heat pump ready, but then you have to change all of your radiators, you have to change all of your heating systems within the house to make it effective. We don't see any photovoltaics, we don't see any solar water heating, we don't see any rain harvesting, rainwater recovery. Essentially, these are houses built to a minimum government standard without really very much acknowledgement towards what a sustainable future should look like. They are houses of the past built in the present. And I would say, and I think a lot of my residents would say, that this is the use of the word sustainability in the context of Chapelfield is what Greta Thunberg would say, greenwashing. That's what it is, complete greenwashing. So, unsafe, unsound, unsuitable, and certainly unwanted. That ends my testimony.
Thank you very much.
So I don't have any questions for Mr. Dow.
You mentioned some other developments that have occurred over the years, all being off Ipswich Road. Which sites are those, and are they sites that I should look at all?
Yeah, by all means. There's essentially four, but I've written three because one is interlinked. But there's Gurdon Road, which is at the south of the village near the B10279. So if you drive up the village, you'll see that on your left-hand side. That's a development Anne will correct me, but I think of around about 38 houses, something like that. That accesses the road. As you go up, on the left-hand side, as you go up further, you'll see Fellgate Way, Post Mill Gardens. Post Mill Gardens near the old village hall. On the right-hand side, the most recent development is Fellgate Way. Also, Hopkins Homes was involved in that. So they're the three latest.
So I missed the name of the first one that you mentioned.
Gurdon Road.
Excuse me, could I just add another one, which is Alice Drive Road?
Oh, well, Alice Driver Road is linked to.
Which is the access to the school.
So Alice Driver Road is linked to Post Mill Gardens. That's sort of a loop.
Thank you. And Mr. Doug, you indicated at the beginning that you've been instrumental in getting responses for the community. Does that mean, are you the author of the template letter that, for want of a better term, that
template letters, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, yes, that's me.
Thank you. Can I ask you then? Could you just explain a little bit more what you mean about vehicles accelerating and decelerating?
Oh, okay, yeah. So if we look at coal car coming out of, this is a petrol-driven car or a diesel-driven car. We're not all going to be driving hybrids or electric vehicles for any time soon, I suppose. And that's another thing. If I look to the electrical diagrams of this development, I'm sure there's no EV points for the 7 kilowatt charging already built into the distribution. But if you come out of the Chapelfield development and you turn left, you're going to go down Lower Road or Villa Park Road, then Lower Road. Because of the restrictions in the road itself, you're going to be forced to probably do some form of stop-start driving. So that's accelerating and decelerating with a cold engine. And that is proven to be a far more emission heavy form of driving. If you drive at a steadier speed with a warmer engine or even a cold engine, then you emit less emissions. The fact that you're going to be stopping and starting because of the increase in traffic, allowing cars to go by, allowing pedestrians to pass, avoiding obstacles, etc., etc., that stop-start driving is going to be all the way along Lower Road. You could also argue that given the increase in traffic that will go out of Park Road and then onto Ipswich Road and the congestion around the village centre, that's also going to be a source of congestion as well. So if you look at government guidance, and I'm not an expert on this, but I looked at government guidance about the building of housing estates, and it prefers housing estates to be built on B roads or main artery roads because it allows greater, more sufficient vehicle access. And it also avoids this stop-start driving as soon as you exit or want to enter into the development itself. So by the very nature of doing that, you reduce the emissions that are going to be emitted by the vehicles that are being used. And of course, we're not just talking about cars here, are we? We're talking about light vans, mini buses, delivery vehicles, etc., etc. That whole stop-start driving cycle is far more dangerous to the environment for a petrol or diesel-driven car.
And what was the government guidance you were referring to?
I'd have to go back to my letter.
Okay,
but it's in one of the draft letters.
Okay, right.
But it's quite clear there that housing estates of this size should be accessed via. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's a desirable form of access.
And in that letter as well, you spoke a bit about designing out crime. Could you, or designing out crime, could you run through me what?
Yeah, so the original plan was given to Suffolk Constabulary, and they did a very thorough report on the likelihood of the development itself creating unsocial behaviour, disputes between neighbours, and areas of the development within its first draft where access areas weren't overlooked by houses. So there were blind spots within the development itself. And it pointed out, I can't remember, there's a huge amount of issues with the overall development. And some of those have been addressed, I admit. But if you look at these developments now, and you look at the amount of cars that have to be parked in them, the limitation on the amount of parking that's available, the parking on the footpaths, the spilling out from the drives, that is fundamentally a cause of neighbourly disputes. And this is what the police were alluding to in their report. So they found it to be a source of potential crime and disorder through the nature of the plan that was put forward. Thank you.
That's all the questions I have for you, so thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Okay, we are now moving then to Councillor Friat on Zoom. If you are there, Mr.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for that. Well, I really can't add much to what's been said. There's three very thorough reports there. I just want to make the point that the people of Grundisburgh are not NIMBYs. They value greatly the village in which they live, and they wish to preserve it. And this is key to remember this. There's been adequate housing development, as we've heard, in the village over years, but in suitable places. And these did not attract the protests we've experienced with this application. And it's worth trying to work out why this one is different. Those developments in the past have not impacted upon the charm of the village. Through the dedication of the villages, Grundisburgh remains a quintessential Suffolk village, and we must respect this. As far as East Suffolk is concerned, they're one of the main reasons why visitors come to this county. So let's preserve it for goodness sake. But I want to worry really why we're sitting around these tables. Well, I'm not actually, but with this one, because I've checked into it, and it's the 6th of April 2009, section 43 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act has been in full force, and this enables the planning authorities to refuse dual applications for the same scheme, the so-called twinned tract applications, which we have in front of us at the moment. The reason for doing this, so they were told at the time, and I quite believe it, the process involves submitting a duplicate application with the intention of forcing the planning authority into speeding up the application process in light of the underlying threat of an appeal for non-determination for the duplicated application. There's something very similar here. The intention of twin tracking was to force the planning authority to approve one of the applications in order to avoid the resources and costs involved in as part of an appeal. And I think you will understand that is precisely what we've got here. And the root cause of our problems, I have to say, is the fact that East Suffolk accepted an overlapping application. And that's why we're really sitting here. The problem is, in trying to squash things down, and I'm sure the planning officers, if they were allowed to say so, would agree with me, they have been under incredible pressure. I mean, this is so unfair to say it's taken too much time. They have been under incredible pressure to meet the deadlines. But not just them, it is reflected very much on the people that you've spoken or spoken up until now. They have been trying desperately to get their points over, and they've been given targets that are impossible to meet, meetings that should have happened but didn't happen, etc., etc. They have not had the opportunity to put their case properly in this instance, and therefore you get the number of people writing in that you've had. This is unheard of before, this number of people coming forward. Why is it? And as I say, there is the reason for it. Not only is it wrong, the fact is that we're not being allowed to say it's wrong, and no one's listening to it that it's wrong. And that's what the problem is. And as far as I'm concerned, I will leave it there, but that's the root cause of this problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much much, Councillor Fry, and hopefully this inquiry does give you an opportunity to express
Yes, thank you.
views. And certainly my intention is to listen and take views into account. Just bear with me one moment. Yeah, Councillor Fryatt, in your letter to the planning inspectorate, you
Yes.
In your letter to the planning inspectorate, you say that critical details were withheld from the planning inspector. Just to clarify, is that something that's been withheld from this process, or are you referring to?
No. This was in the early days of the thing.
Okay.
Wow. So all that on the table now.
Yeah, well, heard about that earlier on from other people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just wanted to check that I wasn't missing something.
Yep, got the latest.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Anyone else wishing to speak? I think that's everyone covered on the list. So we have indications from Mr. Oaten that he will be here at 2:30, and from Mr. Plant that he will be here tomorrow morning. That does create some difficulties with allowing you to respond, but equally, I'm also interested to hear what these parties have to say, and I think it's important that they have that opportunity. If we come back and after lunch and hear the highways evidence from Mr. Evans, after that we should then be able to hear Mr. Oaten. If there's a need to come back again after that, then that could be allowed. If Mr. Plant isn't here until tomorrow morning, there's not much we can do about that, but equally we need to hear him. If we heard him first thing in the morning, so that you would have opportunity to confer with Mr. Evans over the course of the morning and come back to me on any responses that you have, would that seem like a reasonable way forward in dealing with those outstanding representations?
Yes, absolutely. So, and I'm very happy either to start Mr. Evans or even finish Mr. Evans before Mr. Oaten, if that's your preference. I'm relaxed either way. Okay,
thank you. I think we'll probably start with Mr. Evans beforehand, because if Mr. Oaten isn't going to be here till 2:30, we may make a good start on. Yes,
absolutely happy with that. Yes.
Okay. So, hopefully everyone heard that then. So we will, after lunch, hear Mr. Evans. We will then hear Mr. Oaten. If there's a need to come back to hear more of the appellant's evidence after Mr. Oaten, we can do. We will then have the planning evidence. Then we will adjourn for the day and come back in the morning to hear Mr. Plant first thing, then move the conditions and obligations session, then finally closings after that. So that's the plan we have at the moment. These things are always subject to change, of course, depending on when people arrive or don't arrive. But that means that unless anyone else has anything to raise, then it is 12:46. So we should break for lunch and come back. If we come back at 1:30, Does that give everyone enough time?
Maybe better to say an hour. I don't.
Okay. Right. Okay, so if we come back at 1:45, we'll then start off with Mr. Evans. Thank you very much.
No.
YouTube continuously, Richard.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to put away then? Or anything?
No, I think okay.
Because what I can do is I can ask the public if they want to evacuate this room to move out. So that there's nobody in the room, or I could just take
I'm
a
happy with people being in here as long as they're not. This is all YouTube anyway, isn't
Right,
it? If
yeah,
anyone's
that's
coming
true,
and
yes.
stuff, so, no, I'm just a
Yes.
disturb anything at all.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank
indeed,
you.
and thanks for your
And there's nothing you require at this stage,
that's
right?
all good, thank
Okay.
you.
Ben, how are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks.
Do you want anything I'm looking at?
No, I'm all good at the moment. Thank you very much, Aileen.
Put it back
Aileen,
on
we
the
can
floor.
probably if you press that thing in the middle there.
Yeah. Lovely out there, yeah, shiny.
What I suggested is that the witness might want to take that table there, just so they're on camera, whereas this one's a bit too much to the side.
Sounds good, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want you there or on the one at the front?
Yeah, that's all right. Would you like a second table?
On the screen.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The screen people are most important.
Well, yeah. Well, we don't know how many's on online. Actually, you can tell. Can't you? Can you tell how many people watch it? There's usually a number.
If you're on Zoom, because I don't know about YouTube.
chili and rudi pig.
That's all right, yes, thank you very much. So Chris is going to meet Simon.
Yeah, just to head off.
Yeah, I looked at it earlier and I was like, moved. Then I was like,
I know. I scratched my head to see how long it would take before I could.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 2 o'clock and time to resume the inquiry. Just to confirm, I have received the draft conditions. Thank you very much for forwarding those on. And an electronic
Just
copy.
the latest draft
Brilliant.
of the section 106.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to.
Do you have a spare copy of the paper one that you're handing up at some point?
Yeah, if you'd like. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. I can
And then
get
I
you
know
to
I've got
print
exactly
that
the same one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
great.
fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay, right. So thank you very much for that. That's appreciated. Just to confirm, we had agreed that this afternoon we would hear Mr. Evans, then Mr. Oaten, then Mr. Armstrong. However, I understand that Mr. Oaten has managed to make it. Thank you very much for changing your plans and coming along. Wonder whether it might be more appropriate to allow Mr. Oaten 10 minutes. I can see you've set up all of your.
I don't know if Mr. Oaten can perhaps go on that table.
Well, yes, I think it might be difficult for anyone watching on YouTube. Perhaps if we could sit next.
I'll move this one over here.
Or swivel that one round.
Fabulous. That'd be great.
There's spare glass.
So sorry, just to note briefly, if I may, if the ideal is to have Mr. Oaten visible for those on the YouTube channel, then I think he's still going to need to come around a few degrees.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just check that's not blocked. I don't know if that's blocked.
I think that would be an advantage for everyone.
Doesn't need to be anymore. Okay, see it?
Yeah, that looks fine
Yeah.
to me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone, for rearranging that. Sorry, Mr. Evans, has managed to get yourself all set up. And Mr. Oaten, would you like to come forward and take a seat here and turn on your microphone, and then we can hear your statement. Thank you.
Would you prefer I sat over here? Is that? Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing me this afternoon. I was expecting. Sorry?
Can I just ask you to put your microphone?
The right hand silver button. Can you hear me now?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Just like to say thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. I was expecting to speak later in the week, so I was working this morning, so I had to change plans and throw a few things together, which I appreciate. Firstly, I'm a Grundisburgh resident. I've been a Grundisburgh resident for over 33 years. I raised my family in Grundisburgh. My youngest son still lives in Grundisburgh. I used to run Grundisburgh under-18 football team, and I'm heavily involved in conservation, having replanted the entire length of my orchard on the lower half of Halfman Lane. I'm not an MB. I've had development on 4 sides of me. I've had 42 houses built on former water meadow, which my house faces, including a very large four-bedroom house right in front of my kitchen. And I've had development on the other 3 sides in recent years.
got a lot of objections, and a lot of objections I can mention to this development. The first objection really is that it seems to break all the planning laws which have been laid down by experienced planning officers for many years, mostly surrounding issues around access, changing the junctions at the end of Lower Road and Park Road will make a little difference. The other interesting thing is the junction at Park Road and the Ipswich-Grundisburgh Road. New people have just built a house there, were unaware until recently that part of their garden looks like it'll be part of a new junction, and they were unaware of the bus stop being moved. So they obviously haven't been informed about this, and they've only just discovered it. They would have been more involved in their campaign, but they felt as newcomers to the village, it wasn't their business. But now they've discovered the plans, the proposed plans to change the junction. They're now very, very interested in the situation. I'd also like to mention that Suffolk District has nearly twice the number of houses needed for the next 5 years. So it seems strange that we're putting a large development which will increase the size of the village by 10% of the stroke on a green field when Suffolk District seems to have more houses than it actually needs at this stage. It also seems strange that government policy is now not to build on green fields, but to build on brownfield land, of which there's plenty available in the Ipswich area. I'd also like to mention that this site has been refused planning and permission so many times by experienced planning officers over the last 60 years, much, much smaller developments. The traffic was lighter, traffic was smaller, traffic was less frequent. Traffic is now, vehicles are much, much larger, frequency of traffic movements is much greater, and the road speeds increase significantly. I would also like to make a comment about the democratic deficit that's marred this application. This bill was included, the traffic filter was included in the local plan at the last moment, which prevented any debate or objection. So in terms of a democratic deficit, it's got an extreme democratic deficit. Nobody is allowed to object or even to discuss the matter. It was included at the last moment. I don't know if that was deliberate or a coincidence. Just going through some of my points, as I've said, this site's been refused applications many times, going back to 1964, due to concerns about traffic and access. Traffic has increased tenfold since then. You can imagine the amount of traffic that used the roads in 1964, the size, the speeds, and it was refused planning at that time because of concerns. If I take a direct quote from a recent van driver, delivery van driver, and as we all know, since COVID, van deliveries have gone just skyrocketed all over the country. People are having home deliveries. The van driver said, "It's dangerous, but don't take my word for it." Here's a quote, direct quote from an Amazon delivery driver in the national press. "I'm speeding through back lanes like a rally driver. It's not safe. I'm often running in the dark. Nothing but a head torch to see by. My manager is pressurising me to go faster." The driver also mentioned no times for breaks, using bottles to pee in and throwing the bottles out the window. This is what modern van drivers have to do to keep their jobs. The low road cannot be adapted in any meaningful or sustainable way to accommodate the extra traffic. You can change the junction all you like, but at the end of the day, you can't change the narrow double bend in the middle. And people will use that as a rat run. We've seen it recently, a bus carrying people got jammed, and there was about an hour while the mess was sorted out, people having to back that. It just isn't space. There's nothing Hopkins Homes can do to change that double bend unless they bypass it with some road, but there isn't a line available to do that. As mentioned before, further attempt in 2006 to obtain planning permission on Chapelfield produced a common plan. Any proposal to provide a village hall and small residential development with access taken from Park Road would not be supported by this authority, as the surrounding vehicle and pedestrian links to the site are inadequate to support the development. The roadway and the network leading to the site consists of narrow and single track roads with no pedestrian facilities. This is unacceptable for such a development, and that comes from the council's own planning department. And a follow-up comment in 2007 to our parish clerk, January 2007, the officer was reported as saying, the road network referred to as Meeting Lane, Chapel Road, Park Road and Lower Road. For these roads to be acceptable, they would have to be made wide enough to accommodate passing vehicles, including service vehicles. There are long stretches of Meeting Lane, Chapel Road and Park Road which would have to be widened. The Chapel Road, Lower Road crossroads would need improvement. Park Road is a blind spot when turning right into Ipswich Road. As there are no pedestrian access footpaths would have to be built to the site. Lower Road may just need passing places, but there is no land. When we come to the actual physical process of construction, one of the roads to the site would be Rose Hill, under which run a lot of water pipes, which periodically break due to the weight of lorries. So when we come to the proposed construction of Chapelfield, a number of vehicle movements, heavy vehicle movements, which will be using Rose Hill, with weights up to 50 metric tons, up to 3 metres wide and 20 metres long, delivering bricks and significant other raw materials, we can be assured that water pipes under Rose Hill will probably break. The brick companies themselves ask these questions before delivering this to the site. Are the roads narrow, or is it unmade track? Are parked cars likely to obstruct access? Is your road a dead end? Can the trucks safely turn around? Are there any low-hanging branches, low bridges, single narrow lanes, road weight limits, or steep hills, or approaching your delivery point? The delivery trucks are very large, and it's important to make sure that they can enter and leave your street safely. I don't believe Chapelfield meets any of those criteria. That's from the companies that deliver bricks themselves. Another brick company said our trucks are heavy. Truck weights, truck and trailer can be up to 50 tons. Low Road is narrower than Park Road with an extremely restricted S-bend in it. I'm not sure it is physically possible for large delivery vehicles to get through. Many of these delivery vehicles will be coming from far away and using sat-nav. I live on Half Moon Lane, which is a narrow constricted lane, and no doubt will be used as a rat run. We've had construction around us, and lorry drivers have had specific instructions not to use Half Moon Lane to deliver raw materials, but they've ignored this. And recently we had a lorry which brought down a mature tree and actually got stuck in the lane. The driver then tried to reverse out, knocked down the sign on the corner which said unsuitable for lorries, and damaged my neighbour's fence, and then denied that any of it had happened. Luckily, it's all caught on video. We're also looking at climate change issues as well. Chapelfield absorbs a lot of water when it rains. When a significant proportion of that is paved over, either with houses or roads or pavements, we can assume that the runoff will be much greater than it is at the moment where the field actually absorbs the water. So we can assume there will be more water flooding in the direction of the Lower Road, which already suffers from water issues in heavy rain. The proposed site is a lane leading to yet more lanes. All these lanes become rat runs. And we'll see the damage. It's no good pretending that the damage will be limited to Chapelfield area, Park Road, Lower Lane. It will spread out as lorries try to use alternative routes to deliver, or just simply get lost, which happens all the time. Get it in Half Moon Lane, get a lorry that sort of grinds out about 18 inches on either side of the pristine bank. And so, yeah, sorry, mate, it's falling sat-nav. Would you like to help me clear it up? No, can't. I haven't got time for that. This ain't bad anyway. I'm not saying that's everybody's attitude, but it's a common attitude. Grundisburgh Village Centre only has a sea road running through it and can be busy at times without the addition of another 70 houses, let alone large construction vehicles. There are 703 houses in Grundisburgh. Adding 70 new houses in one development increases the size of the village by 10% of the stroke. I do not believe local funding is available to increase medical provision by 10%, or education funding that provide extra places in Grundisburgh or surrounding schools. Already children are being bused from Woodbridge to Leiston every day because schools in Woodbridge are full. Leiston is a 40-mile round trip per day, not good for pupils, family life, or the environment. I do not believe this is a measured or organic development and doesn't fit with the Suffolk Council's claim or interest in the environment. It was ironic that shortly after the deadline for the last objection, we received a leaflet from Suffolk Council claiming that it listened to its local people and was interested in green issues. But on a personal note, before I return to the more factual elements of my objection, the view from the playing field will be severely degraded with the backdrop of modern houses rather than fields. At the moment, you can argue that the houses will be screened by the oak hedge and there's a number of mature oak trees. We fear for these trees because experience shows on other developments, such as at Thurston, where there was a line of mature oak trees which were protected by tree preservation orders, were cut down by chainsaw one morning at about 6 o'clock by the developer. The fines are paltry, but people who are alive now will never live to see oaks of that size again. Unfortunately, the cost of the developer of ignoring rules laid down in planning permissions is so minor that they can afford to ignore them. And as I say, these things are usually done early in the morning. When a 200-year oak tree is cut down, it's too late. The system for objecting to development effectively disenfranchised many of the residents of Grundisburgh. We had to object during COVID, and Grundisburgh has a large number of old people who were afraid to come out during the COVID epidemic. Many of them didn't have computers, so effectively they were disenfranchised. I've spoken to many people since the end of lockdown. A lot of them have said we would have liked to object as well, but we didn't have a computer, and we didn't want to go out to post a letter during COVID because we were obviously protecting ourselves. On the same subject, there's a strange democracy where one side is continually allowed to force a new vote of objection until it gets the result it wants, whereas the objectors to Chapel Field can win 100 times and not succeed, but can lose all by losing just once. I'm an economist by training, and I conducted a cost-benefit analysis, which I won't bore you with in this meeting, but I will submit my notes after the meeting. For the summary of the cost-benefit analysis is the cost or loss of benefit in terms of utility to residents of Grundisburgh will at least be £125,000 during the construction of the roads, over £500,000 during the construction phase of the new housing. Once complete, a loss in terms of utility or benefit to residents of Brunsborough of £237,000 a year. In contrast to this, Hopkins Homes probably don't make 20 to 25 million out of the development, given that every third house is non profit, pure profit that is. 70 houses, 5.335, 750,000 gives you that sort of numbers. It has been an unequal fight in the terms of the developer are highly experienced in gaining plan or obtaining planning permission on sites in the face of opposition from local residents. And all other things being equal, this gives them a significant advantage from the start, including the ability to exploit legal loopholes which would not occur to the layman. An example of this is making two planning applications for the same site, one from the owner of the land and one from Hopkins and More Developments. It would not occur to most laymen to object to both, most people would object to the obvious options of more development application and ignore the landowner application, which will then sail through the planning process unopposed, and is not a true reflection of how residents feel about the development. We therefore depend completely on planning officials to take this into account when making decisions in this situation. We're not NIMBYs in Grundisburgh. We've had a lot of developments over the years, including one recently at Felton Way, just off Grundisburgh, Ipswich Road. But this development is in the wrong place and has been refused so many times. Developments do seem to have an effect on water supply, and there's a noticeable drop in water pressure where I live in the summer, which is, seems to become more apparent the more houses are being built. Although I'm an economist, I've spent most of my life in the food industry. The destruction of arable agricultural land, although not on most people's radar at the moment, is really, really important worldwide. Destruction and degradation of soil and agricultural land is one of the most urgent challenges the world faces today. As I say, currently under the radar, but rapidly becoming an issue. Chapelfield is a green site, there are brownfield sites which can be built on. Hopkins and Moore would like to build on the site because they know they'll be able to sell the houses really easily. You could argue because of that there's demand for houses, but if you build 70 houses in the middle of Christchurch Park in Ipswich, people would buy them. If you build 70 in the middle of Regent's Park in London, they would buy them because they're in good positions. And people would like to live in those nice positions. That doesn't mean it's right. What do you think the chances are of getting planning permission in the middle of Regent's Park for 70 houses? That's the thing. I would like to discuss the crossroads between Park Road and Lower Road as well. This is a lethal junction. During the late snow last spring, ice on the hill resulted in a lot of near misses, and on the 30th of March we actually had a serious accident. Extra traffic using this road will actually increase the risk of this happening. Critically, Lower Road is hardly wide enough for cars at some points, including the double tight bend, and this cannot be altered. And yet it will be used by significant extra volume of cars from Chapelfield if it goes ahead, and delivery vans and trucks delivering to Chapelfield, especially if Rose Hill is out of action due to roadworks, which it often is. If you look at the last couple of years, it's been closed on a number of occasions for various work, including damage to pipes. So that will actually happen. A glass of water, and I'll try. I think planning and democracy is going to be available to everybody. Just because there's a lot of money involved in Chapelfield, and there is a lot of money, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here. If it was for 12 houses, I don't think anybody would be interested, and it would be rejected on planning a long time ago. But there is a lot of money involved, but that shouldn't make a difference to planning, policy and law. Planning law shouldn't be weakened the more money is involved. It should be the same. It should be a constant. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that you are going to drive the route, you're going to visit the site later on, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're going to do that during daylight. But I would also like you, if you were here tomorrow, to drive from Woodbridge to Grundisburgh, after the 30-mile-an-hour signs, turn left onto Lower Road. And I'd like you to do that when it's dark. Because a lot of people will be driving that route, not in good conditions, not on Sunday afternoons, but when it's dark, when there are vans coming in the other direction in a hurry. And I think you'll get a true feeling of the issues involved in Lower Road if you do it by yourself after dark at this time of year.
Okay.
There are 100 good reasons not to build on Chapel Field, and I'd like to send them to you by email for your consideration at leisure. Social, recreational, fact that this area is used by cyclists, mothers with pushchairs, older folk, walking sticks and Zimmer frames, cyclists, people on horses. Environmental reasons not to build on it. Food supply reasons not to build on that, and that will become an issue in the next 10 years. It's my business, and the quality of agricultural land worldwide is absolutely crashing due to the amount of bacteria crashing in the soils because we're using chemicals rather than the old-fashioned methods of manure putting humus or goodness back into the soil fibre, if you like. So that will become an issue. We're going to need every acre of agricultural land in 20 or 30 years' time. So there are many issues, including health. Many of the residents of Grundisburgh have been extremely stressed by this process. The fact that as people that object to it, we have to object time and time again. Hopkins homes have been incredibly well informed about the situation, it seems, as every time we seem to get 600 or 700 votes against the proposal, and it gets to the deadline, they put in an amendment. So, as I say, they seem to be incredibly well informed about the state of the game, if you like. But at the end of the day, the main reason this should be rejected is for planning reasons. Pure and simple. The access is poor, always has been poor. Generations of really experienced professional planning officers working for the council have rejected this site because it's not suitable and it can't be made suitable. It assumes that people will sell parts of their driveways or parts of their land to make this happen. They won't. People object to it. So in summary, what I would say is there are probably 100 reasons to reject this application, but the main reason, the reasons is for good planning reasons, and that's access. And experienced planning officers working for the authority over many, many years have refused much smaller applications when traffic was much, much lighter, vehicles much, much smaller, speeds much, much slower for this reason. I think there's a serious safety aspect. And if this goes ahead, at some stage in the future, somebody will be sitting in front of a TV camera from the council saying they're very sorry that somebody was killed or maimed or badly injured and lessons have been learned. But by then, it will be too late for lessons to be learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oaten, and thank you again for having. Before you leave your chair, could one thing I didn't get to ask you this morning, which I'd asked everyone else before they spoke, was whether you'd be happy to answer questions.
Of course.
I may have some questions, but the advocate, Mr. Ground, for Hopkins Homes may also have some questions. Are you happy to answer?
Absolutely happy.
Thank you. Mr. Ground,
So I've just got one clarification point, really, and that is that Mr. Oaten has already submitted numerous emails to you, but I understood he said that he was going to forward a further email with 100 different points.
No, I don't. You misunderstood. I said I would, for clarification, I haven't forwarded hundreds of emails. I've just followed the objection process to the letter. What I did say is that, for the sake of clarity, in case any points were missed, I would forward an email with the points, not 100 points, but points I've raised this afternoon. I said there could be 100 reasons to object to this application, but I've got a list of salient points which I will forward to the chairman or chairperson in case he missed anything while I was speaking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oaten. I have made a good note of everything you've said. Okay. Submitting late information at this stage is going to be potentially problematic.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's not a problem.
In that the process has to be fair and transparent for everybody. So if anyone submits
I
the
couldn't
latest
agree more with
information,
you.
then
Absolutely.
opportunity needs to be given to respond to that. As I say, I've got a very good note of what you've said, and I've got your objections to the appeal. So I can presumably, from what I've heard this afternoon, much of what you've said this afternoon is already in those correspondences. I've also got the note as well. Do you need to submit a further email at this
No,
stage?
I'm really pleased from what you've just said. You've obviously read the correspondence. Gives some great help. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much.
That covered the only point I wanted to clarify. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Oh, so sorry, Mr. Oaten. I'm really sorry. I got distracted in that. I couldn't ask you just a couple of questions
Oh, yes,
about. Okay. First of all, where is Rose Hill? You mentioned Rose Hill and construction vehicles.
Rose Hill is the road that runs from the centre of Grundisburgh out of the village towards Ipswich.
Okay.
It's heavily used, but it has water pipes underneath it and other pipes, and occasionally, because of the weight of the roads, they break, which forces traffic onto the small lanes, or they have to avoid the bridge altogether.
Okay, thank you. And you also said that very precisely that there are 703 houses in Grundisburgh.
Yeah.
Where does that figure come from?
I think it might be from the council's own website, but you know, give or take, like this next one, which has just been built in the corner.
Yeah,
the Grundisburgh Road Parkway, maybe there's 704 now, but it's fairly accurate. I'm not saying it's accurate to one house.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. And you also referred to a number of residents who felt disenfranchised by the planning process and weren't able to make their representations.
Yes.
Were you referring to the original application, or were you referring to this appeal process where it's been re-notified?
Just generally, you know, I've spoken to a number of old people. A lot of them don't have computers, so it's not easy for them often to put, you know, if they've got arthritis in their hands or what have you, to actually physically write a letter. But a lot of them said they would have objected if they'd had a means to do so, but they either didn't have a computer or they were sheltering because of COVID, or weren't very good. But for example, probably if you took if you were able to take like a plebiscite in the village, it would be interesting to see the extra number of objectors that we can overwork as well. A lot of we have got quite a lot of people in Grundisburgh. We've had people in tears with the stress of it, scared that they won't be able to walk out anymore. You know, all those sort of, for older people, these are important issues.
But those people have had opportunity to get involved in the appeals process.
A lot of them have felt it's too late. So, you know, we could obtain names if you were interested.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay, we now move on then to the evidence of Mr. Evans. Mr. Ground.
Yes, so you should have proof and appendices for Mr. Evans. If I introduce him by reference to his proof first, you are a director. Thank you very much for doing that. You're director of Cannon Consulting Engineers in Kenford, Suffolk. You're a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation. You have a BEng degree in Civil and Structural Engineering and an MSc in European Traffic and Transportation. You've advised clients on highway matters for 28 years. You started your career in Suffolk County Council before moving to private practice at Buchanan Engineers and WSP in Cambridge. You founded Canon Consulting Engineers in 2007, and you're a partner in the business. You're heavily involved in promoting developments to clients in the UK, in particular in the east of England. You live in Suffolk, you're familiar with the area and the site, having visited and used these roads frequently during the course of your work. And during the course of your work, you advise developers, promoters of a wide range of residential and residential-led development proposals, from single dwellings to large urban extensions requiring significant investment. You're familiar with the appeal site, having undertaken a number of site visits, most recently on the 29th of September. You've walked between the site and the village of Grundisburgh. You've utilised the public rights of way. You've also driven around the local highway network. And the evidence you've prepared for this appeal, you can confirm is true, and confirm the opinions expressed are true in your professional opinions. Is all of that correct?
That is all correct, and I should just add, I have actually visited the site since the 29th of September as well, so several other occasions.
Thank you very much. And you deal with the chronology of all of the recent highway reports at 111 to 116. I think it's probably as easy just to read that because it's of central importance. 111 to 116, but by all means skip over a little bit if need be.
Okay, so 111. This is collecting.
Excuse me, Chairman, could you ask him to put the microphone? Thank you.
That might be my fault by leaving this one on, which overrides everything.
Okay.
That's right.
Can you have two on at the same time? Can you still hear?
No, it's only one at a time, apart from the chair.
So you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And can you hear now if I've got this one on or not?
That one has to go off before that one goes on.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have to switch each time you finish a sentence, you then
Okay.
have to switch off each one for the other one to work.
Can everyone hear Mr. Ground has quite a loud?
Could we start again? I couldn't hear from the beginning.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure that's. I mean, I've just introduced Mr. Evans by reference to page 2 of his statement, so I'd be reluctant to read all of that again unless you really want me to.
Mr. Evans to start.
Okay, he hasn't started yet, so I'm just going to get 1 pen. He hasn't started yet, so I will ask him. Can people hear me without the microphone, so that we don't have to switch in and out? I'm very grateful.
I think it's more for the people on YouTube.
Oh.
They can hear.
Are you sure that if I have 2 on, that doesn't work then?
Can I just confirm that on the YouTube channel we can hear Mr. Ground very clearly?
Yeah, there is that microphone just there, so that's okay.
Okay.
Good.
Well, that's great. I won't use a microphone. Yeah, and Mr. Begnan, you can still hear me even now without the microphone.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so Mr. Evans, if you would start by reading 111 to 116 of your proof of evidence, where you deal with the recent highway issues and how they've been dealt with.
Yes, certainly. And this follows the deferral in June and the appointment of Brookbanks as the independent transport consultant by Suffolk Council. So in response to the action points set out by Brookbanks, Canon Consulting Engineers prepared technical note 01, which is found in our appendix REO2, which responds to each point in turn. That's all 19 points we responded to in that response. This was issued to East Suffolk Council on the 8th of October. It provides clarification where required, supplementary information in the form of updated accident data, a refuse vehicle tracking layout of the internal layout of the site, updated traffic survey information as identified by Brookbanks. It provided a reasoned response on the suitability of the transport methodology applied. This is in respect to the transport assessment, including the appropriateness and the application of junction visibility displays, the local junction highway improvements, including the deliverability of pedestrian infrastructure, and the suitability of the local highway and quiet lanes designations to facilitate safe and sustainable access to village facilities. It set out the circumstances where road safety audits would reasonably be sought by the local highway authority and reaffirmed the agreed position with Suffolk County Council. This demonstrated that in context to MPPF and local policy, the transport evidence base prepared by County Consulting Engineers, as presented to Suffolk County Council and informing their consultation response offering no objection, was, in our view, sufficiently prepared in accordance with Suffolk County Council's requirements, so that they could provide a sound judgment in respect of highway impact and compliance with the development plan policies SCLP 7.1 and NPPF paragraph 111. Following the submission of this technical note, Suffolk County Council has written separately to East Suffolk Council, confirming that the points raised within the Brookbanks Transport Peer Review did not raise any new material points which were not previously considered. In conclusion, Suffolk County Council state that the position of the local highway authority remained unchanged, concluding that the development proposals are in accordance with NPPF and the development plan. A second statement, technical note 2, which is included in my appendix RE4, responding to Brookbanks has also been provided, and that included the results of traffic surveys that were collected in the period Thursday the 30th of September to Wednesday the 6th of October. Whilst not considered necessary, as I set out in our technical note 01 and agreed by Suffolk County Council, this was intended to expedite the process of independent review being carried out by East Suffolk Council and Brookbanks. And technical note 02 confirmed that the level of traffic and speeds recorded on the local highway network did not give rise to any highway concerns related to either the provision of visibility displays, the quiet lanes designation, or the use of the shared roads for cycling. Suffolk County Council had not responded to technical note 02. They did, however, respond to East Suffolk Council in an email, and they included a statement within the update statement of committee of 26th of October. And that read, my understanding is that Canon updated information and surveys was very useful and confirmed the findings of their technical note, which we endorsed. Overall, this supports our overall view that the scheme would not give rise to paragraph 111 severe impact, and permission should not be refused on highways grounds. East Suffolk Council received a review of the submitted material set out in Brookbanks Technical Note 01. Response to peer review dated the 22nd of October 2021. Again, that's included in Appendix RE5 of my evidence. This summarised our responses and made recommendations related to conditions. It is concluded that the transport assessment is no longer considered deficient, and East Suffolk Council took the application back to committee with a recommendation to approve the duplicate planning application as per the previous officer recommendation of June 2021 and not to defend the appeal. The committee has resolved to support the officer recommendations.
Thank you very much. I just noticed your microphone is red on the top. Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, so it is working fine, is it? Okay, it's red. When I switch mine on, it's green at the top. But anyway, I shall not get to the end of that mystery. Could I take you then to page 28 of your proof of evidence? And you've set out your answers to the various different action points there. And if we just take them relatively quickly, each of these action points and the answers you gave and what's happened to them. So action point 1 was the traffic flow data. What was your position about whether that was required? And then we'll go in a bit to the tables with that data that you've put in.
Okay, so as we identified in technical note 01, the application coincided with COVID travel restrictions. This hadn't prevented us collecting some traffic data, especially at the most sensitive point on the local network, which was Lower Road. We collected that data in January 2020. But by the time we were considering the application, COVID had hit and travel restrictions had taken place. We went through the process of scoping the application with Suffolk County Council, and they also agreed that traffic data needn't be collected. And if it was, later traffic data that we did collect was specifically for vehicle speeds in relation to the off-site highway works. So it wasn't used in terms of volumetric data, so it wouldn't be misrepresentative of the situation with COVID travel restrictions in place.
Nevertheless, to help with Brookbank's points, you collected some more data. And if I take you to technical note 2, which is at RE4 of your appendices. Yes. And so you have that, just after paragraph 3.6. You've got table 3.4, so do you have that? It's just after paragraph 3.6 in RE4, technical note 2.
Bear with me one moment, I'm just and that's in volume 1, is it, or?
It may be in volume 2, actually, I don't know.
Yes, it is, yeah. Okay, I've got that, thank you.
And then it's just after paragraph 3.6.
Yep.
And so there, perhaps you just talk the inspector through what table 3.4 shows in terms of the volume of traffic that you did collect.
Absolutely. I mean, just to introduce that, the action point required us to collect base year traffic surveys, take into account COVID-19 impacts. We didn't have to do that. Clearly, we're now out of COVID travel restrictions. It asked us to apply tempo growth. So what you see there, as we read from the top to the bottom of the table, is the recorded traffic volumes on Park Road for the course of the week. That's a 5-day week, so it's Monday to Friday. The survey is actually commenced on the Thursday and then followed through to the following Wednesday, so actually sequenced over the weekend. We applied a tempo background growth to a projected future year of 2026. So we applied around 4.5%, that's 1.0445, so around 4.5% of additional background traffic growth. And then what we did is we looked to the west and east of the site access. And I should just correct that table for you, sir, in that the 4th row down says east plus 250 in brackets, that should be west. Apologies. And then the 5th line down says west, where it should say east. So what that does is it looks either side of the site access on Park Road, and it applies that proportion, that distributed proportion of traffic from the development that we'd assessed and was accepted by Suffolk County Council and Brookbanks within the transport assessment. That was 57% towards the west and then 43% towards the east, which actually proceeds towards Lower Road. And we applied that proportion of the traffic to the traffic flows recorded on Park Road. And those numbers, as I said, to the west, somewhere ranging from 721 to 761 vehicles per day, and then to the east, ranging from 660 vehicles at the lowest to 699 vehicles per day. The final 2 rows of the table, and these are the same for the tables that are following, identifies whether or not those traffic flows are still within the quiet lanes designation. The quiet lanes designation is generally for roads where there are less than 1,000 vehicles per day, and clearly to both sides of the site access, it is below 1,000 vehicles per day. And then we also looked, which was another point that Brookbanks raised, at whether those roads would be suitable for cycling access, and we referred to Local Transport Note 1 of 20, which covers cycling. That was only published last year. And for 30-mile-per-hour roads, again, it identified in a rural setting, if you had less than 1,000 vehicles per day, they would be suitable for mixed traffic. So that explains very simply the Park Road table. And then the table that follows, 3.5, looks at Chapel Road. Same process we applied, as requested by Brookbanks. We applied the development traffic, and at the 4th line down, we have a range of traffic flows ranging from 285 vehicles per day up to 394 vehicles per day on the Tuesday on Chapel Road. And again, the conclusion being that they are less than the 1,000 vehicle thresholds that we discussed. And then finally, Lower Road, and I should just state, left-hand side, This is a traffic survey that we carried out in January 2020. That was pre-COVID. We've applied the traffic growth there from 2020 to 2026, and that actually comes out nigh on at 5%. And we applied the volume of traffic which is proceeding eastwards on Lower Road as per our transport assessment, which again shows the figures that range between 698 and 753 vehicles per day, being below the 1,000 vehicles threshold in each case.
Great. So do you have a copy of a letter submitted by the Parish Council on the 2nd of November?
Yes, I do.
And on the third page of that, around about 6.4 of that, so do you have a table 1, with various figures for traffic? Very well. I just want Mr. Evans to deal with that if possible. Now, you'll see at 6.4, there's a suggestion there that the traffic is 24% increased, an allowance for the fact that there was the fuel crisis going on. And then at 6.9 and 6.10, they've taken that increased level of traffic and some adjustment they've made, and then added on at 6.10 438 vehicles to and to get to a figure of 1,005. Are you able to just help the inspector as to whether you agree with both of those points?
I mean, taking the last point first, because we've just been talking about the distribution of traffic at the development access. And I'd also like to just discuss a point that was made by the parish chair earlier this morning in that respect. So our distribution of traffic at the site access is 57% to the west and 43% to the east. And the 438 vehicles identified at 6.10 is the point load exactly at the position of the site access. So you do have to reduce the 438 by the distribution of traffic at the access to work out whether, when you're adding it to whether you're adding it to our traffic figures or those that have been increased to take into account the fuel crisis, to see whether you actually breach this 1,005 vehicles. It isn't correct to add 438 at a single point, because that actually doesn't happen, very simply. Ms. Willis earlier said that we had changed our traffic distribution to a 60-40 split in the opposite direction. So we changed our traffic distribution to a 60% split towards the east, i.e. down Lower Road, and a 40% split towards Ipswich Road to the west. We haven't done that. Our figures have been maintained the same, having agreed them with Suffolk County Council in the process of transport assessment, and Brookbanks have agreed to that as well. We haven't made that change. I think what Ms. Willis is actually referring to is that when we collected the traffic survey data for Park Road and for Chapel Road, that actually it looks as if 60% of the traffic was coming from Park Road, or the proportions are changed on the basis of traffic surveys. And that is not the methodology that we generally follow for calculating the distribution of traffic from the development. We use the census travel to work data, we look at where destinations are, we assign the traffic to the road network, taking into account the most logical route. And that is an accepted and proven approach on that. But I just wanted to make the point that we haven't changed our distribution. In respect to the fuel shortage, I can appreciate the comment. I can appreciate the comment fully. What I believe we have seen, and I don't think there is any data which can suggest exactly whether there were increases or decreases. This is unlike the COVID travel restrictions, when there was very definitely a pronounced decrease in quite remarkable places. I made journeys in order to collect fuel. I know other people that did, and we saw an awful lot of actual additional traffic in and around hotspots as people were trying to search out fuel. So I'm not so sure that it's categoric. And certainly when I was going through the figures, I couldn't quite get to where 24% came from. But even so, when you apply that data to the traffic figures, even if you were to increase the traffic flows, and you were then to add the proportion that travels east and west, in my calculation, you still do not breach the 1,000 vehicles.
Right, so you don't breach the 1,000 vehicles in your calculation, even if you inflated the figure for the fuel crisis. What's the position on Chapel Road and Lower Road? Is there any possibility of getting to 1,000 vehicles, even with the development traffic?
Not by my calculation, no.
And in any event, is 1,000 vehicles, is that a criteria for development management in any event? That if you exceed 1,000 vehicles, you couldn't permit a scheme?
Not as far as I'm aware, not in the development management criteria. As I say, it is guidance in respect of quiet lanes that they are generally around 1,000 vehicles per day.
Right. Thank you very much. Then back to your proof of evidence, if you can. And action point 2. Action point 2 was the 85th percentile vehicle speed. It may be sensible for this to have out the transport assessment as well on, I don't know if you have that easily to hand, on page 26. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Can you just explain to the inspector why it wasn't necessary to have the vehicle speeds in terms of whether you were complying with standards in any event for this type of road?
Yes, so action point 2 specifically suggested that we needed to collect evidence of speed surveys in order to calculate the appropriate visibility displays at the site access, and that was at the site access. We haven't done that, primarily because of the COVID restrictions negating the ability to collect traffic surveys in that period. And the reason we haven't done that is that Suffolk County Council had already accepted our proposed site access. And if you look at page 26 of the TA, sir, the table that we've included there is the criteria that they use. It's now part of the emerging Suffolk Design Street Guide. It's their Appendix G in that document. And these are the guidance levels for visibility displays at new accesses. And what we have there, where the nominal speed limit, and that's the third column in, is 30 miles per hour, which equates to a maximum measured 85th percentile speed of 37 miles per hour. The manual for streets, the C and U class roads, the first column with visibility display distances, identifies that the visibility displays need to be 59 metres. And the site access has been designed to accord with that. So there was no requirement to actually collect traffic survey data in that instance. However, what I should add is that, of course, the traffic surveys that we have latterly carried out, we have actually undertaken a traffic survey at that point, and that has demonstrably shown that the speeds are less than 37 miles per hour. In fact, they're closer to 30 miles per hour as the 85th percentile speed. So again, that supports the use of 59 metres.
So shall we just take you, it's funny actually, Mr. Evans's voice is not coming out through my speaker, but other people can hear fine, can they? Okay, it's just, I think it is the red light actually, it's not, it was, so when you speak.
Red light means that it's on for his microphone. So.
But why is it, okay, it's just not coming out of here. Anyway.
No, it probably won't come out there, I don't think. No, these are just for microphones really.
Oh, okay, fine. Great. Well, if you could pick up your TN, your second technical note, which is at RE4, so that probably in the second volume of appendices. Just to find these speeds, and you'll be needing table 2.3, sir, which is just after 2.4. And there you've got some daily speeds, the average daily speeds at the bottom of table 2.3. So do you have table 2.3?
I do, yes.
Most grateful. And what does table 2.3 show in terms of the actual speeds on Park Road and whether they're less than 37 miles an hour?
So that's the speeds, both eastbound and westbound, collected on each day of the survey. And this is the average of the 85th percentile speeds within the hours that are shown above in the table. And as you can see, the minimum speed or the minimum 85th percentile was 29.4 and the maximum was 31.3. And that's the 85th percentile speeds, well below that 37 miles per hour that I indicated, which equated to the 59 meters visibility display. So on that basis, we didn't feel there was any deficiency in the transport assessment.
Thank you. That's action point 2. And back to your proof of evidence on page 29 and action point 3. That was the suggestion that there should be road safety audits. What do you say about the necessity for that?
In our technical note 01, we identified that actually we didn't believe there was any necessity for road safety audits. We think, or I think this was an incorrect assertion. It was a detailed planning application, but it was not detailed design. And there is a very real difference between the detailed design we will carry out for highway works or for new access works that are going to be adopted by the highway authority, which is a process that's governed by the planning condition and technical approval and then adoption. And that includes the process of road safety audit. And my understanding is that if the local highway authority had felt that there were any particular peculiarities of the design being proposed or any particular concerns in road safety, then they could have requested a stage 1 safety audit, but they didn't in this case. And that really applied to not only the site access, but that applied to all of the proposed off-site highway works, both at the Park Road, Ipswich Road Junction, the B1079, Lower Road Junction, and of course the widening of Park Road, which is associated with the site access.
Thank you. Action point 4, the suggestion that it should have been swept paths. What was the position about how the design was done, and would that have, was there any extra need for swept paths to be done, bearing in mind how the design was done?
Not in my opinion. This is an experienced developer in Suffolk. The internal layout has been looked at many times, both by the developer and by their consulting engineers, Inject consulting engineers, as well as us. It accorded with the principles of Suffolk Design Guide, and as such, the dimensions of roads, radii, the width of roads, the width of turning heads, the provision of turning heads, the dimensions of turning heads, were all in accordance with the design guide, and by virtue of that, refuse vehicles would be able to maneuver around the development. Notwithstanding, we did undertake that work, or Inject consulting engineers undertook that work and submitted that drawing, and that shows that all of the swept paths for a refuse vehicle work adequately.
Right. Point 5, action point 5, that only alleged that there hadn't been sightline visibility displays to the near side carriageway. And in short, what was the answer to that narrow point?
So that narrow point, we considered that to be incorrect, and I showed in our technical note 01 that we'd actually drawn visibility displays to the near side curb edge, so from the setback within the junction mouth to the near side curb edge, which Brookbanks had suggested that we hadn't, and we'd also shown them to the centre line of the carriageway, and there was a reason for that, but we'd shown both requirements, so we didn't consider that to be a deficiency.
So nevertheless, so we thought it's as well to do it at this point. It's not actually part of point 5, but it's as well to do it now as just to explain the works that are going on, the works of improvement at the various junctions, if you're happy with that. And probably the best plan to pick up for the works on the junction to the east, which is the B1079 and Lower Road Junction. You should have a plan 009, 009. It's 1812296009.
What does the plan look like again?
It looks like that. But you'll be able to see from that range.
Yes. Yep. Thank you.
And you just mentioned the visibility displays, and in fact, they were shown to both the near side and the middle of the carriageway.
That's correct. So if you look on the drawing and you're at the centre of the junction, there are two pink dashed lines shown heading northwards. The first of which, the inside of which, terminates at the curbside, and it says 2.4 by 67 metres visibility shown in junction realignment proposals. And the second line is the one that goes to the centre line, and that shows 2.4 by 90 metres visibility display shown to the centre line of the carriageway. So those are the visibility displays. To the south, it's a dash pink line where it's shown to the curb edge and the little inset plan to the bottom left-hand corner at a 2.4 by 90 metre visibility.
Right. And so what are you doing to make this junction safer than it currently is?
The primary goal of improving the safety of the junction here is to improve visibility to the north for vehicles that are leaving Lower Road, and also for those vehicles that are approaching Lower Road from the north. And this is where we had identified vehicle speeds were quicker. So if we start at the top of the plan, sir, up near the north points, what we started there with was some new traffic lining and traffic signs. So there are deflection arrows indicated. This is to warn people that they're going to need to stay in their carriageway while approaching from the north. So southbound vehicles need to stay on the opposite side of the carriageway. This is reinforced by the black solid centerline marking, which travels from the north to the south all the way up to the junction, which is prohibitive of vehicles passing. We're going to install junction on bend ahead signs. They don't currently exist. This warns of a junction that is upcoming. It is on a bend, so it's junction on bend signs. You can see the little inset of the sign there, reduce speed now. This is just to increase the conspicuity of the junction to those vehicles that are travelling towards it. As I said, the solid centre lines prevent overtaking, prohibitive of overtaking.
So you've covered the top three boxes on the right of the road there.
Right hand side.
Yep.
And then as we travel further south, staying on the right hand side, in order to pull the giveway line out to secure the enhanced visibility to the north, we need to realign the main carriageway. So we need to rebuild the carriageway, and we need to shift the carriageway over towards the east within highway land. The highway land is denoted by the red lines on the plan, and that actually allows us to achieve that improvement. So all round, it increases the ability for people to see, and more importantly, also be seen as they manoeuvre out of the junction. To the south of the junction, we didn't identify that there was a particular concern there. The full visibility display could be achieved, and we also identified that vehicles approaching from the south were travelling slower, probably because of the bend in the road as you approach, and you'll see that when you go to your site.
So in terms of visibility to the north, coming out of Lower Road, what will the visibility to the north be? Will it be better or worse than it currently is?
It's certainly an awful lot better than it currently is. The current visibility display, when you're set back in the bell mouth of the junction, is substantially poorer. But in conjunction with all of the other measures, the overall safety is improved, and that's the key aim of this improvement, is to improve the overall safety of the junction.
And then just picking up a point made in the Parish Council's response. So that's back to that most recent one of the 2nd of November. And if we look at 7.5 of that response, I think so, there's a quote there from the Suffolk County Council's, what they call the Street Guides 2020. I think there's a shorthand for it. I mean, what's the principal purpose of that standard? If we just look at even the bit that they've quoted there, is there a difference between new junctions and new roads and existing junctions and accesses?
Yes, I think the key point about the guidance is that it generally provides guidance for new roads within developments and new accesses to developments. So that's where it states visibility requirements at new junctions and new minor accesses within the public highway maintained or to be adopted by Suffolk County Council. It's a strict adherence to these standards. So you have to meet those standards for new roads. Then it also goes on to say, and this is the element that's been highlighted by the Parish Council, is that it should also be used to form the basis of judging the suitability of existing junctions and accesses during the planning process. But the bit that isn't highlighted the following the continuation of that sentence is that it is, although it is acknowledged that other factors will also need to be considered. So it's not a strict adherence in respect of improving junctions or improving roads, other than those that are newly provided or within the development.
Thank you. And then if we look at the NPPF at 110, if we look at 110, paragraph 110 of the NPPF, and if you look at a comparison between 110B, which says, in assessing the sites that be allocated for development in plans or specific applications, it should be ensured that, and then B says, safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved for all users. And then at D, it says, any significant impacts from the development on the transport network or on highway safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. So is there a distinction between new site accesses and what's needs to be achieved there and what needs to be achieved on the rest of the highway network in terms of mitigation?
Yes, there is a difference. And clearly, the Suffolk Design Streets Guide has taken account of higher policy coming to its position. Safe and suitable access to the site, that's a non-negotiable. It's what we discussed in terms of 59-metre visibility displays according with the Suffolk Design Guide, the standard, as reinforced by the speed surveys that were carried out. And at point D there, any significant impacts, it's where it can be mitigated to an acceptable degree. And this gets to the point of providing sufficient benefit to offset the development impacts and do as much as you can within the existing context and conditions that you find.
And then applying 110D to the improvements that you're proposing and that Suffolk have accepted for the 1079 Lower Road junction, does that comply with 110D and indeed the Suffolk Design Guide when you read it fully?
Well, in my view, yes, it does, sir. And that's also been confirmed by Suffolk County Council and Brookbanks through Suffolk.
Okay. And then whilst we're on the junction, sir, just have Mr. Evans explain all of the junction improvements. There's going to the west, there's the junction between Park Road and the Ipswich Road. I think then if you go up to the right becomes Rhodes Hill, which was referred to a little bit earlier. And that's drawing 008A. So, and perhaps if you do a similar exercise, you've got various labels with improvements made, starting at the bottom and going up, or maybe cover the visibility display to the north, to the north. If you're coming out of Park Road, what's the position with the visibility display to the north?
I'll do the same as before then, sir. The pink dashed lines on the plan when you're at the junction mouth and you're looking northwards or southwards for that matter, the pink dashed lines denote the visibility displays. To the north, you can see the label 2.4 by 90 meters visibility display. So that achieves the full visibility of 90 meters looking northwards up Ipswich Road. To the south, visibility is more constrained, that's fair to say. And to the edge of the carriageway, the visibility display is 40 meters. That's the existing visibility display. There is vegetation in the way there that can be trimmed back and it can be maintained. And then to the centre line of the carriageway, it's 63 meters of visibility. So what that's led us to do is to look at the junction in slightly more detail as to what we can do to improve safety in the same way as the B1079 Lower Road junction. And it's a series of similar interventions in a way. Here, we aren't able to realign the carriageway to achieve the giveaway line coming out into Ipswich Road, and therefore to secure longer visibility because of that. But what we are going to do, if I work from the very bottom labels up, it's important to note, so coming from the south of the plan and working north this time, northbound vehicles approaching on Ipswich Road, we had recorded those vehicle speeds. They were down in the 30 miles per hour, perhaps because of the alignment of the carriageway. What that shows is that you can achieve 120 metres of sight stopping distance to the junction bellmouth. So for a vehicle approaching from the south, they have good sight of the junction. The second point that we felt, again, needed to be provided was an additional sign. That's the second note up. And again, that's the inset sign, reduce speed now, junction on a bend, when we're on another bend, junction is provided. So that's new signage. We then we skip the label of the visibility display and we move up to a proposed traffic calming measure is to lay a new edge of carriageway road marking to assist in reducing approach speeds to the Ipswich Road, Park Road junction. So when you lay bold white lines on the edge of carriageways, especially on country lanes, it gives the visual impression of there being an important feature to look out for. And empirical work done many, many years ago showed that you could achieve something like a 5 to 7 miles per hour reduction by applying that. At the same time, as you move further north, and you'll see on your site visit where the extent of the 30 mile per hour zone is on Ipswich Road, those signs are incredibly faded, if not completely devoid of information. There will be a need to replace those signs, and potentially as we go through the detailed design process, the section 278 process and the process of road safety audit that would follow, I imagine that other features might be applied, such as 30 mile per hour road markings within roundels that you often see at the start of gateway features to villages. That would again increase the conspicuity of the 30 mile an hour zone and highlight the junction. You know, you're changing character as you come from the rural road into the village. And then the final thing that we added in there, a very simple need, is to just refresh the road markings. Again, they do become worn over time.
So with all of those measures that are proposed, what's the effect on the safety of this junction?
Again, in my view, and the view of Suffolk County Council as the Highway Authority, is that improves safety, and it certainly improves safety in a way that is in accordance with the development's impacts.
Thank you. And then we come to the site access, which you've already mentioned. And I think probably the best plan to pick up is a 278A.
Yep, I've got that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 278A. And I think you've already mentioned the visibility displays, but they're shown here as 2.4 by 59, which complies with the standards, and complies with the standards when we know the speeds are well lower than the 37 miles an hour. Is there anything else you want to say about this particular plan?
I don't think so, really. I mean, the junction was specified in this location and as far west as possible within the development site, basically to take into account the distribution of the traffic towards Ipswich Road, and perhaps in that way encourage more people to use Ipswich Road. It is actually closer to Ipswich Road. This improvement is also associated with the requirement out of the local plan, which was to widen Park Road to achieve a 4.8 metres road width, allowing 2 vehicles to pass, and obviously allowing for safe manoeuvring in and out of the junction onto Park Road, which is a very important point. So not a lot else to say about that. It meets required standards.
And then there's a plan that shows the widening of Park Road, which is 279B. And there's a complaint made. So if you have the Parish Council most recent letter again. At 7.19 of their letter, they've put in a table from the streets guide, the Suffolk County Council street guide, but they haven't quoted from the 3.3, which lies immediately above that. What's this table? And it says shared surface, and there's a cross by primary vehicle and secondary vehicle route and shared surface. What's that aimed primarily at?
As with all of the Suffolk Street Design Guide, this is primarily aimed at new infrastructure within developments and guiding the movement framework within a development. So the different forms of movement corridor, footway, cycleways, etc., cycle lane, shared services, and principal and secondary roads. So it's very much aimed at how you would lay out an internal site.
So would you like a copy of that 3.3, which is immediately above that table, just for completeness? I don't think the parish put that in, the bit that lies immediately.
It might be helpful.
Yes. Do you have a spare copy?
Thank you.
So you were saying it was aimed at internal layouts. One looks at the beginning of 3.3, which bit of the text? I mean, I see a sentence, generally departures on these elements will not be acceptable within new developments.
That's correct. And that's similar to the paragraph that was included previously that we read from. So departures to these elements, that's departures from the standards that are set out within new developments, simply would not be acceptable. And that's the same with site access. But the second part of that, it talks about, again, the principles that should be applied to improvements to existing streets. But the critical element there is, although it is accepted that compromises may be necessary to retrofit design elements to existing layouts or highway boundaries. So again, departures are available outside of a new development on off-site highway improvements, external streets, but within the new development, you have a free hand to comply with these standards.
And then whilst we're on the Park Road, is the widening of this quiet lane an improvement from a safety point of view?
I believe it is. We're widening here to achieve a minimum width of 4.8 metres. Drawing 279B, which you're looking at, sir, shows the areas of widening we've identified, which are along Park Road, both on the north side and the south side of Park Road. On the north side, to the east of the site access, and on the south side, predominantly to the west of the site access. And the widening is modest. It's between, well, we've shown between 360 mil, so let's say 300 mil, and 910 millimeters or 0.91 meters, which is just under a meter. And as you can see, those places for widening, which are the black hatched areas, which show up very small in this plan, they're not the full length, because in some places 4.8 meters is already achievable. This is based on a topographical survey, so we have accurate measurements along the road, so we can really judge just how much we need to do at this stage of the process. This will also be subject to road safety audit and further detail in the section 278 technical approval process with Suffolk County Council.
And so what will it enable? 4.8 metres, if there were pedestrians that wanted to go down Park Road, what would it enable in terms of safety if it is 4 meters, 8 meters wide all the way along?
4.8 meters generally allows for 2 vehicles to safely pass. By virtue of that, it will allow a vehicle more space to pass horse riders, for instance, cyclists or pedestrians that are found in the road. And it also allows for a service vehicle to pass a vehicle. Although, in fairness, you wouldn't want a service vehicle to pass a vehicle to pass a cyclist. But you would hope that drivers would appreciate that and actually do this appropriately.
So there was a slight departure to cover all of those junctions and just explain that, although they weren't actually strictly from those action points. And we can now proceed more quickly to the action points. And action point 6, which is back on page 29 of Mr. Evans's proof. And so it may be as well to have the TA out at the same time, and in particular figure 1 of the TA. It's quite a handy plan. It's immediately after 7.2.1 on page 36. First of the figures and diagrams.
Yeah, got that, yes.
It's as well to have a plan out, it makes it a lot easier. But the route to the primary school. Sorry?
It's actually that plan.
It is exactly that plan. Oh, sorry, you'd even got it out. It was useful. Sorry, sir. You got it out.
The difficulty with electronic documents is sometimes difficult to navigate your way through.
I know, yeah. It's harder, it's slow to find them. That's why you very sensibly picked that out as a useful one. I'm grateful. So can you just talk the inspector through the route to the primary school? Obviously, Martha didn't in the event, and the bus stops and so on.
Yeah. So we can see the location of the site. It's outlined red, Chapel Field, adjacent to the recreation ground shaded in green. You can see on the northern boundary we've got footpath 20, which we're proposing to improve, and I think it's worth the distinction of, as a segregated route that is entirely traffic free to Grundisburgh Primary School, we would expect residents to join footpath 20, the improved footpath 20. They would travel through the recreation ground on footpath 20 before turning right onto Postmill Gardens or Postmill Orchard and Postmill Gardens before proceeding to the school, which, as we've shown there, is around 1 kilometre away, around 13 minutes walk time. Worth also highlighting the bus stops to the left-hand side of the plan, which again you could use, or you would generally use, footpath 20 through the recreation ground, through the car park entrance to rejoin Ipswich Road, travel north to the bus stops opposite where the old village hall is actually shown here, not the new village hall, which is on the opposite side of the road. Those are the bus stops where I've observed secondary school children catching the bus, and that would provide a route to the bus stop there for secondary school public transport, which we're also actually contributing to. Just other routes, I mean, you'll know the area, you've been there already, and you can understand the routes, and we've talked about Chapel Road. Chapel Road is another direct route. It doesn't have a segregated facility. I accept that, but as we reviewed on the traffic figures, those are low enough not to infringe the quiet lanes designation, including development traffic, and therefore considered suitable for mixed use.
Good. So just while you're on this plan, so you can just about see Rose Hill, which was something that you asked about. If you see where it says Grundisburgh, it's slightly obscured out.
Yep.
And also, just to cover it, the inspector will see it, may have seen it already, but as you walk down Post Mill Gardens, having gone down the footpath 20, and you go through that little cut through to get to Post Mill Gardens, are there pavements there for people to walk down on Post Mill Gardens?
Yes, there are. I mean, Post Mill Gardens is an access road into a previous development, and it's got footways on both sides, generally around 1.5 meters long.
Great. And then so far as people did go down quiet lanes, can you just pick up your TN1, which is at RE2, sorry. And at 2.46 of that, you say,
yes,
about the third line down. So do you have 2.46? No, I'm grateful. Sorry, it's darting around a bit.
Yes.
And it starts off with a proposal designed to be conducive to cycling and so on. And then it's got these words, which forms part of the council's quiet lanes network. And then you use these words, a nationally recognised designations of single track road where visitors and locals can enjoy the natural surroundings and use them for activities such as cycling, horse riding, jogging and walking. And so far as those words, where do they come from, that description of quiet lanes, that that you can enjoy them for cycling, horse riding, jogging and walking?
So unabashed copying from Local Transport Note 2 of 2006, so which is actually on the Suffolk County Council's website for quiet lanes.
So, I mean, does that, I mean, if Local Transport Note 02/2006 says that they can be used for activities cycling, horse riding, jogging and walking, what does that tell you about the safety of quiet lanes for cycling and walking?
Well, it merely conveys that they are suitable. As I say, when they're under that general criterion, also identified in the note, of 1,000 vehicles per day.
And then you've got at 248 the most recent guidance on cycling, and you've got the bottom row of that 30 miles an hour, 0 to 1,000, suitable for all, and that's for rural areas. I mean, what does that tell you about whether quiet lanes are suitable for cycling?
Again, I mean, this table refers to LTN 1 of 20, which is relating to cycling, and that's the reference that we looked at with the traffic flows earlier in the earlier tables. So 30-mile-an-hour roads, generally where the flow in rural areas is between up to 1,000 vehicles, it's considered suitable for it, so it's accessible by cyclists. That gets to the point of action 6, which specifically asked us to look at both pedestrian and cycling access to the primary school.
Great. So that covers point 6. And I mean, so in summary, I mean, are there safe routes for pedestrians and for cyclists to the schools?
Yes, I consider them right.
Thank you. Then action point 7. Slight duplication here, but it's the desirable walking and cycling assessment that was called for. If you pick up technical note 1 again at 256, maybe worth having out 256 and at the same time picking up the site layout plan, the planning layout plan, so sorry, which is GRU 5. Very much. If you've got that out, and then at 256 of technical note 1, you say it's therefore proposed, 256, proposed to provide a cycle connection between the internal road at the northern end of the development to the east onto Chapel Road. Do you see that, Mr. Evans?
Yes, and if you're referring to the plan, sir, that's actually, when you're proceeding from the south to the north, you'll see the Chapel Road label on the plan, about halfway up the drawing, so not quite to the northern end. And there's a turning head within the development opposite that. And when we were reviewing Brookbank's concern to identify whether there were any gaps in provision, on reflection, we did note that cyclists, if they wanted to not to dismount, would have to proceed to the site access to the south and Park Road and then travel around quiet lanes around the site. It seemed sensible to actually form a connection at that point directly onto Chapel Road. And perhaps we could consider that as part of one of the conditions.
And whilst you're on that point, if you pick up RE3, which is the County Council's response, sorry, so I'm not sure whether electronically that's in appendices volume 1 or 2. But
Just have a look. Just bear with me one moment while I make a note of it.
okay, no, absolutely, please.
It's RE3.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not. Is it? Have you found that? Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that in 1 or 2?
That's in 2.
2. Okay.
I think.
Great. And then there's a list on about the 4th page of that. After planning obligations, there's a heading: Canon Consulting Engineers Technical Note. It's about 2 pages from the back of the main note, and then they go through all of the 19 points.
Yep.
And then if we go to this point, which we're dealing with at 7, what was the county's approach to the provision of that by way of a condition? If we look at point 7.
As they state there, Suffolk County Council will support provision of an additional cycle connection from the site to Chapel Road.
Very well.
By additional condition, if supported by the inspector.
Keep out the county's representations, because if we're dealing with action point 8, which is the accident review, I mean, to cut a long story short, you updated your accident information, and what were the county's views? You having updated the accident information in action point 8.
So at action point 8, they identify the additional collisions highlighted. There were 3 additional accidents in the period that the updated information covered. Do not form a cluster, so they're not related to any one specific part of the highway network, and they do not have a causation factor that would be likely to be exacerbated by increased traffic flow resulting from this development.
Thank you. I think that covers action point 8. Then we can go to action point 9, which was in your proof of evidence. And there was a suggestion that the footpath 20 should be upgraded to a bridle way. And what's your response to that, and indeed the county's view on upgrading it to a bridle way?
Well, obviously, we put that back to Suffolk County Council Public Right of Waiting and asked them their consideration. It had been part of their consideration earlier to the application where they hadn't requested it to be upgraded, but they just confirmed, and that's at 2.66 in my response. FP20 does not lend itself to being upgraded to bridle way, hence the ask to surface FP20 at 1.5 metres along its length where possible. And the primary reason for that is that it doesn't form part of a large connected network of similar bridle ways that would be an outlier.
Very well. And in any event, the quiet lanes we know are suitable around the site for cyclists. I mean, does that tell you anything about whether there's a need for this to be a bridle way?
Well, not in my view. Due to the things that we've just discussed in terms of levels of traffic, mixed traffic on those lanes, below this criterion of 1,000 vehicles per day, and broadly the lightly traffic nature, which I'm sure you'll see when you're there. So.
Thank you very much. Then point 10, I think we can take up point 10, which is the provision of an additional passing bay, and you've covered that in your technical note 1, RE2 at 2.71. Yes. 2.71 of technical note 1, RE2. And it starts with, this was not considered necessary in discussion with SCC. I mean, what's your approach about whether it is necessary, in fact, to have a second passing bay on Chapel Road, bearing in mind the level of traffic and so on?
Again, I'd have to agree with Suffolk County Council. I don't think it's necessary. They identified the vehicle demands on Chapel Road rising from the development at 2 vehicles per hour. They'd already considered the proposal to have a single passing bay. So, broadly speaking, not required. Doesn't mean to say another one couldn't be provided, but it was not required.
Very well. You've covered it at 271, and the inspector will be able to see in answer at RE3.10 that Suffolk also take the view that it's not necessary to have that at point 10. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Then point 11 is should be widened to 1.5 metres. The footpath 20 and the widening of footpath 20. Point 11, and you cover that in technical note 1 at 274 and following. And then there's a diagram over the page in colour with the informal footpath. I mean, what do you say about whether there is effectively a footpath all the way along to Chapel Road, which is 1.5 metres width with this development?
So the simple point there made by Brookbanks, and I think they were picking up on commentary coming from others as part of their brief, is that footpath 20 should be widened to 1.5 metres in its entirety. And what we've shown in the submitted drawing, which is actually on that first page underneath 2.76, is that there could be a section of the footpath where you might only achieve 1.2 metres. This was shared with Suffolk County Council Public Rights of Way team, as well as with the development management team. And to overcome that, this is really about providing a 1.5 metre continuity from Chapel Road, Meeting Lane, all the way through the recreation ground to Ipswich Road, etc. There is actually on the second page there, the coloured diagram is an extract again from the development master plan, and it shows the informal footpath provision, which is 1.5 metres wide, so that you would actually have a continuous route of 1.5 metres wide to reach Chapel Road. So I believe we met that requirement, and Brookbanks confirmed that.
Great. And then, so far as back to your proof of evidence, page 30, and point 12 was merely the point about that £9,000 should be included for legal costs to do with realignment or creation of paths. And the point was, were they in the 106 or not? And what's the short answer to that point?
Yes, it is in the 106. Thank
you. And then point 13, there was suggestion that bus passes should be provided to new occupants, but have the developers gone one better than bus passes in terms of the contribution they're making to public transport?
Yes, I think in response to that, we expanded on that, saying that a travel plan hadn't been required for 70 lanes. It doesn't meet the threshold for a travel plan. Bus passes would be very particular to the development, aimed at the actual occupiers of the households. But Suffolk County Council has already requested £100,000 contribution to public transport improvements so that they could increase the frequency of the existing bus services. And of course, that's a benefit which goes well beyond the boundaries of the developments. And in terms of attractiveness, I'd suggest that's better than bus pass. If the buses are more reliable, it should be added there is actually a £73,000, £73,200 contribution, I think, to school transport as well. All access from that same set of bus stops on Ipswich Road. Brookbank's agreed with that, please.
Thank you. So that's the public transport, two lots of substantial contributions for public transport. 14, traffic calming. That was contingent really on their point about speed data, but what's the position about whether traffic calming is necessary?
We didn't consider it was specifically necessary to achieve satisfactory requirements or visibility standards at the site access to meet the standards. It should be said that some of those improvements we've already discussed include traffic calming features by dint of trying to improve the safety of the junctions, but a specific scheme which would have resulted if the vehicle speeds have been shown to be extremely high, for instance, over the 37 miles per hour, was not required.
Thank you. Then I think 15 and 16 we can take together because they're both points about quiet lanes and whether it would have any effect on quiet lanes, this development. And you've covered that in your TN technical note 1 at 2.92, I think, to 2.96. And also the earlier answers you've given that none of the roads will be pushed over anything like over 1,000. But what's your response to 292 about 292 to 296 about the impact, if any, on any of the quiet lanes designations?
So action point 15 specifically was asking what the parameters of quiet lanes should be. The confirmation came from that LTN until 2006 in terms of the 1,000 vehicles per day general threshold. And they were getting to the point that if the traffic surveys that we recorded identified significantly higher flows and we were going to breach that, then it wanted to make sure that the quiet lanes were not going to be prejudiced, and they're not prejudiced by the development traffic. And at point 16, that naturally follows on. Brookbank's making the point that if it did prejudice it, then perhaps the development quantum should be reduced in order to reduce the likely impacts, but clearly that's not the case.
Thank you very much. And then 17, details of distances to facilities from the site. What's your response to the information that you provided about distances to facilities from the site?
Yes, I mean, we provided a table in the transport assessment. We've shown that the site is within a 10 to 12.5-minute walk of all the village facilities, by whichever route you choose to take. They're all quite similar in that respect. And what Brookbanks was specifically asking us to do was to measure the distance from the property furthest away. We measured it from the centre of the site, so I didn't feel the need to repeat that exercise. It doesn't actually make a very great deal of difference.
Great. 18, the policy table, you have updated the policy table. so don't need to go there. And 19, the details of safe routes to cyclists. You've already covered the safe routes to cyclists in the answers you've already given.
Absolutely.
Great. And then if we could touch upon some of the points that you dealt with by third parties. That's on page 32 of your proof. And the first response you give are to the standard letter that's, I think, was written by Mr. Dow. And the first point that he made was severe access limitations and inappropriate location and scale. What's your response to the severe access limitations alleged and the inappropriate location and scale?
Well, in that respect, I refer back to the actual allocation of the site in the local plan. It was clearly considered suitable at the time for 70 dwellings. The application is in accordance with that at 70 dwellings. You'll have noted through the process of submission that the original planning application was made for 80 dwellings, and Suffolk County Council did resist that. So at 70 dwellings, I think that it was acceptable. The access limitations, we've covered that off in quite some detail. They meet the standards required, and the latest speed survey showed that those standards are appropriate.
Very much. It's alleged that there's diminished pedestrian safety. I mean, is that actually the case with these proposals and all the mitigation? Is a diminished pedestrian safety?
And we've already gone through that and touched on that in some detail. So in terms of the quiet lane status, we're not affecting that. We consider that to be suitable for mixed traffic use. Likewise, with cycling use on quiet rural roads up to 1,000 vehicles, ATM 1 of 20. We have provided those alternative routes within the development. So people who are currently walking on Chapel Road or walking on part of Park Road could choose to actually use alternative routes through the development, which are clearly completely segregated from traffic. So that's safe. And upgrading of FB20, as I've said before, that does deliver a fully segregated route without mixing the traffic from quiet roads, quiet lanes to the primary school, and also to the bus stops on Ipswich Road. So not really, I think it doesn't diminish safety in overall terms, in accordance with those criteria.
Doesn't diminish pedestrian safety, and those measures that you've just talked about, what do they do if they don't diminish pedestrian safety? Are they actually doing the reverse?
Well, the majority of them should enhance safety, associated with the widening of the road, as I've explained earlier, in terms of vehicles being able to repass and pass each other, but also, more importantly, vulnerable road users. Yeah, I can only see benefit there.
Thank you. Sustainability is mentioned in the objections that have been mentioned orally today at 33. At page 33, you're dealing with that. And if we look at the second paragraph on your right-hand column, I mean, what's your response to the suggestions that it won't improve sustainability, this?
I think, as we've already covered off in terms of the site's location, the access routes, the proximity to those local facilities, the ability to walk to a primary school, that is a major generator if you can't walk to a primary school, if you have to travel far to another village, for instance. Primary school run is very much a car trip, so we would avoid that with this site. We have access to those bus stops for secondary school children and the contribution to the public transport services. So again, there should be an onus on secondary school children travelling by bus. And I think within the development, I've noted there, we are conditioned to provide for EV charging as part of the adopted car parking standards. And that is a very fast-moving subject, needless to say.
Thank you. Page 34, there's individual responses, just to make sure that we've got all of that. And individual, your table 2, page 34, and highways, and you picked out various different points on your right-hand column on page 34. The suitability of access, you've covered the suitability of access already, have you? But is there anything you want to say about the suitability of the access?
Not really, no, I think we covered that off in full. I mean, the other points I cover there are the provision of the enhancements, the off-site highway works. I mean, clearly that's an improvement in safety for all users of the junctions, not just those from the development. The widening of Park Road, again, a feature that is beneficial to new users. Not breaching quiet lane status, touch on that again, and addressing those issues. All of these issues clearly were picked up by Brookbanks in their review on behalf of East Suffolk Council. So it's not surprising we've got quite a lot of relativity here. Enhanced white lining and signage, again, all part of those safety features. So in overall terms, I think we've tried as far as we can to capture nearly all of those comments. It's a short paragraph and there were a lot of letters, so done our best there.
And the accident data, you say a review of the accident data has not identified any incidents involving pedestrians?
No, it hadn't, actually. No, they were vehicle conflicts, or in one sense, a vehicle on its own. No side points involved.
Right. And you've covered already the improvement to the various junctions. And then over on page 35, you've got the deliverability of FP20 improvements. What's your position about the deliverability of the FP20 improvements, please?
I mean, we've been into quite some detail on this with Suffolk County Council, principally the Public Rights of Way team, through the Development Management team. The Development Management team are requiring us to upgrade that under Section 278 of the Highways Act. It is publicly maintained highway, so we have the facility to do that under licence from Suffolk County Council. All of the questions that we've been asked about how to plot the alignment and how to identify our connection points, we had covered off again to Suffolk County Council's satisfaction as the Public Rights of Way Authority. I've already identified that we can provide 1.5 metres through its whole continuous route by use of the footpath within the site as well, the informal footpath within the site. So I think we've addressed that in full.
Right. And then the Parish Council, I think you've picked up most of the points as we've gone along, and so probably don't need to cover them again. At 6.4 though, 6.3, the parish comments at 1 to 7 were all dealt with in the Brookbanks review. They specifically dealt with the the parish's comments, and we see that from 526 of RE1. Does that help at all as to whether Brookbanks were addressing the parish's concerns, or at least saying they do? Maybe just take, sorry, I'll try to say that too quickly. So if you pick up RE1 at 526, there's a heading brief from the community at 526, and then they cover 13 items from the community that they've addressed. And then at 527, they say these points have been identified through this peer review. I mean, what do you say about whether Brookbanks were addressing their mind to some of the parish council's concerns, some or all of the parish council's concerns that they understood?
It seems to me that having read through the parish council's responses in full, and Brookbanks having been briefed to do the same, that they've done quite a complete job in actually identifying those measures and distilling them into things that could have been considered as deficiencies in the process of transport assessment and in understanding the development's impact. So I would agree that they've covered them off in full, and in so doing, they've actually identified a number of those that have been pulled through into their 19 action points. So yeah, it's been dealt with rather comprehensively in that respect.
Thank you. I don't think I need to go into the parish council's letter. with you, apart from perhaps one point that I don't think we picked up actually. The latest Parish Council letter, the 2nd of November letter. I think you actually possibly have covered this already, but at 7.7, they set out the visibility displays for the 2 junctions which are not the site access, and they've got various red lines and so on. Red yeah, features in that table at 7.7. Is that covered by your earlier response where you said that there's a difference between the site access and other junctions, and the need to improve other junctions is not the same as a new site access, looking at 110 of the framework at B and D?
Yes, it is. Both in respect of NPPF, where we're providing sufficient improvement, but also in respect of the streets design guide that we mentioned earlier, in achieving such improvement as necessary within the constraints of existing junctions, historical junctions, junctions that are already there, and effectively achieving the best case that we possibly can. This is the need not to comply with new standards or fully comply with no departures for new roads or accesses.
Thank you. And then you've covered fields in trust in your proof of evidence at 6.7 and following. At 6.8, what's the position about the footpath and the link to the playing field?
I think my reading of their comment, it felt as if we were proposing a direct link into the recreation ground, whereas of course what we're proposing is connections with FP20 where the site abuts FP20. And therefore we do not make a direct connection with the playing field. It is via that footpath, that improved footpath.
And then so far as they were raising a point about the footpath at the moment then runs through the car park in the western side of the footpath 20 to get to the bus stops and so on. What do you say about any conflict in the car park?
I mean, that is true. There would be conflicts, but there would only be conflicts at times where the car park is busy. I mean, they particularly reference football matches when the car park can be full to overflowing. Of course, when school children are accessing the bus on a weekday, there'll be few vehicles there. Certainly when I visited the site and used that car park frequently, there have been very few vehicles parked. So at weekends it will be busier, but not during the week. And of course, the route to the primary school is actually not through the car park. So it's only a limited number that would continue to walk through the car park and then use the access road to reach Ipswich Road.
Thank you. And then policy, I think we cover it very briefly. Page 39, your landscape table of your proof. 105, the opportunities to maximise sustainable transport solutions. In terms of compliance with that, how does this development comply with the opportunities to maximise sustainable transport solutions?
Well, I think in virtue of where the site is located as an allocated site, the provision of the upgraded footpath 20, the discussion about cycling on mixed lane routes, the provision of public transport contributions. I think in relation to the site, we've identified and maximised those as fully as we can.
And in terms of the new routes there are for pedestrians through the site, does that also assist with that?
Yes, of course. I mean, that assists in providing a segregated route where people would be required to walk on the quiet lanes currently. So yes, that can enhance those sustainable access corridors.
Thank you. Then 111 and the highway safety, it's on page 40, highway safety and residual cumulative impact test. And we all know that the test in 111 is in order to be refused on highway grounds, it would have to have a severe residual impact. Having looked at all of the junctions and all the highway impacts, is there anything remotely equivalent to a severe residual impact in this case?
I think in relation to the impact of development, no, I can't see that there is. We've had those highway improvements accepted by Suffolk County Council. They've been identified they're beneficial. Brookbanks have not disagreed with that point. So no, I think in overall terms, alongside the upgrading of the footway routes, I don't think there is a severe residual cumulative impact.
And then the local plan, there's two policies you consider, SCLP 7.1 and SCLP 12. I think it's 12.52 actually, isn't it? The allocation policy, you've got 12.51, but I think we can correct it to, oh no, it's 5.1, isn't it? Sorry, someone else was saying 5.2, but I think it is 5.1 actually, you're right. Is the compliance with 7.1 and 12.51?
In simple terms, yes. 7.1 is pretty much a dilution of MPPF as well in terms of achieving the best sustainable access that we can, layout of new cycle routes, layout of developments to encourage walking and cycling, and then in particular reference to site allocation policy, it's the provision of pedestrian access and footways to street access to service and facilities in the village. So yes, I think we have complied.
Right, and then can I take you to two detailed points so that have come up this morning, I think. Yeah, I think they were this morning. One is trees on Park Road, if we can. I see you'll need to just find one document, which is the addendum to the arboricultural assessment, if you can. Yeah, I'll see if I can help as to where it is.
I take it it's not provided as part of the appendices.
No, it's not. It's not, and it will take me just a second to find it. I can tell you where it is then. It's in the submitted documents. And I think it's in a document called response to, it's L0013, if that helps to find it.
So it's not the AIA that we're looking at it.
No, it was submitted on the 9th of June 2021. It's in a letter from Armstrong Rig. Called response to SCC highway comments, I think. And it's not.
Got a response to arboricultural comments here. Is it 24th of March?
No. L0013 response to comments on footpath.
Footpath tree removals, the files.
Footpath tree removals. L0013, if that helps. But does that help you? I don't know how you've got all those documents, but it's a good exercise just to make sure that you have got it, actually, I'm afraid. So
bear with me.
It's one where my printing went wrong. So
screen share doesn't seem to be coming up on the screen.
It may take me some time to find
Oh,
that in our own filing system. Is it possible that a copy of that could just be provided?
We've only got one here, actually.
If you're able to tell me what's in it.
We could lend you the one copy or get it copied. So can we lend you the copy and then maybe we'll get it copied afterwards. So it's not too.
That is the easiest.
Mr. Woolman, did you find it?
I've got it on a laptop there if you want.
Oh, that'd be very kind. You able to lend that? Oh, sorry. I don't...
Yeah, it's nice.
We'll get it copied afterwards. Thank you very much, Mr. Woolman.
Screen share.
So if you're towards the back of that document.
Yep.
This is what finding this stop me digesting my lunch properly, but there's at the back of it there's something called the addendum to the arboricultural impact assessment.
Yep.
And if you go to the conclusions of that at 4.2 to 4.4, you'll see it says the works can be effectively mitigated through arboricultural auditing and by adopting a sensitive means of excavating within RPAs where Park Road will be widened adjacent to trees. It's recommended that a detailed arboricultural method statements prepared, which expands on Appendix C, should be agreed with the requirement for mitigative replanting is low. However, the associated scheme proposals provide ample opportunities to incorporate new tree planting. The arboricultural impact of the 278 works is considered to be negligible and can be supported from the arboricultural perspective and within the context of East Suffolk's District Council's adopted 10.4. And then, so if you look at the very last plan in this, and then maybe Mr. Evans, I don't know if you're able to see the very last plan in it as well. You will see, so on the very last plan of that, there's Park Road South, and you'll see that some orange bits, sorry, I'll wait for you to get there.
Yes, yep.
There's some orange bits, that's where I think the widening, well, or if you're there, Mr. Evans, why don't you talk the inspector through, what's actually going to happen, if anything, very much to the trees on Park Road.
So that relates back to the widening plan we looked at earlier, which was 279B. So the areas that I described that were being widened, and they varied, if you recall, between 300 millimetres and 3 metres, around a metre, 110 metres. Those are actually the areas translated as orange on this assessment. So the arboriculturalist has actually been out and understood exactly where that widening is being proposed and its relationship to the surveyed trees and what the impacts are going to be. And I think the key point here is that he was taking account of the impact on root protection areas. He was taking account of, as you go to the top of the plan, the small amount of orange area there, which is as you approach the Ipswich Road Junction. That is a modest area of widening, which varies between 300 and 900 millimetres. And that's where the location of a veteran tree is, 74B. But all of that is taken into account in his proposed mitigation relating to methodology and method statement, ensuring that there's an arboricultural presence. It's also something that will be taken into account as it forms part of the condition in the process of preparing a Section 278 agreement plan, the technical approval of that with Suffolk County Council, and then obviously the construction of that, those works.
So whilst you're on that plan, you can see 74B, the V, Mr. Evans, as you understand it, the V is for veteran trees. And then there's also a 78B immediately south of that. Do you see that? So that in terms of the veteran trees, how do they relate to the widening works? Are they anywhere near the widening works?
I think it was only 74B that gave the arboriculturist any particular concern.
Okay, but even that didn't, anyway, you can see in the report. And then in terms of removal of trees, you have to go to the far right to see any trees that are removed, because they're the red ones with red circles, and that's 44 and 102. And the enthusiast will be able to go back and see that they're removed because of the quality of the trees, as opposed to any widening. So do you see that the two red ones, and then you will see, if you go into the actual survey previously of 44 and 102, what the position is about those two trees. You can go back to 102. 102 is an elm, and it's dead. And it's classified as U, 102. And then if you go back to 44, that's an English oak, below average, and it's also classified as a U in terms of the quality of the tree. I think that covers the trees point on Park Road. And then a point was made about Lower Road, and whether there are passing places on Lower Road. I mean, are there passing places for people to pass other vehicles which are not on people's drives on Lower Road?
I think from my inspection of Lower Road, yes, there are. I mean, there are places where two cars can pass comfortably as well. It's not all restricted as single track. And I think the key point here is that in terms of the prospective highway boundary, you have to take a view of where people's property boundaries are. And very often the property boundary is actually set back from the edge of the visible carriageway. There are small amounts of verge in places. Some of those have been informally widened and run over to create informal passing places. It's what you typically see in the country now.
Thank you very much. Those are the only questions I have for Mr. Evans. Apart from there may be, depending on what Mr. Plant raises tomorrow, there may be other points that he wants to cover. Thank you very much for the loan of the computer.
Thank you very much for that document as well.
And we might ask someone in the council to be able to just copy a couple of times the relevant part.
Yeah, that might be helpful. I wonder whether it might be an appropriate time to take an adjournment now as well, and then we can come back and if there's any questions from interested parties to Mr. Evans, I may have a few questions as well. But we've been going for quite a while now, so I think we're all in need of a little bit of a break. So if we come back at 4:20, would that be okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so it's 3 minutes past 4 now, so we'll be back at 3:20. Thank you.
Don't need the back, or is it the
but it's just your document might not look the same when it comes back with the binder.
Oh, no, don't worry about that.
It's just a consultation.
It would save me scanning it to index it.
Yeah, so it's just been out to the first consultation, and it may well be a second one, so.
No, you've got it there, you'll have it there,
right,
well, I just don't know where.
If you send it to ADINE.
Potentially, yes, yeah.
That's SCH RANKEL at
we can come back to that perhaps. In public forum. I'll just make a
detailed area.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just find it now. It's here.
It's possible.
But
Okay,
it's
we'll
only the
double check
back
that. I'm
bit.
sure that's likely to be the case. but thank you.
So it starts at addendum 2, which is enclosure 4.
Enclosure 4, brilliant. Thank you very much.
If we could do it 3 times, that would be great.
It's everything from page 61 of the actual PDF.
Page 61, thank you for that.
Thank you ever so much for doing that.
Richard, Ben has just clarified this, the copy of this will be tabled.
Yeah.
Is a draft document.
Okay.
At the moment.
Okay.
I've just sent you a link to the web page that covers it, just to.
Okay,
that-
fantastic.
just to clarify
Yeah.
the
Oh, yeah, we should do. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the 106. Have a look.
No, I should have checked as well. It's that's fine. So
Yeah.
yeah. So apologies, that was.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think there's another version that's, or some commentary that Jackie's since had back. It's just, it's this trigger on the open space specification. I think we just need to work out whether, you know, to me, I can see the merit in it being prior to commencement, because we've got that Grampian condition for the footpath, which needs to be implemented prior to occupation, and the footpath is part and parcel of the open space as well, isn't it? So.
But I think Simon Ryan's comments was just that, yeah, it's at their risk then, as part of occupation, they obviously have to get it approved before they do the work.
That's it,
so
but inevitably, I think it's going to end up being approved prior to commencement anyway, with everything else that's got to go on around it. So I think if we can just work that one out, that's probably
fine.
Almost there.
I've had an email saying that you're going to be calling Simon Ryan about it.
Yeah, if you want me to speak to Simon directly.
That's the instructions from our solicitor at the moment, so I'm by all means happy if you can.
No, I had said I'd speak to you or Jeff, so.
I really, okay.
I can speak straight to Simon.
Yeah, he's expecting your call.
Fine.
I know it does. I was tempted to borrow one of your screens. I know I'm used to do that. Yeah, I'm used to do that. It's actually quite a step backwards.
Yeah.
It's only one little one.
So much makes life difficult, isn't it?
I have seen you can get portable spare screens now, can't you?
Oh, can you?
Yeah, well, you can either get them where they just plug into USB there, or you can get these ones that fit onto the back of your laptop, and you get 2 screens pull out either side.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, wicked. I like that. Might have to put that on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, send us, if you've got the details, but you have to send that to me. I'm intrigued.
I'm not bring my keyboard in tomorrow and try it and see. I don't think it's that bad. I'm just dragging stuff to a fold.
White, please. No, he said, because he said, can I sneak in and I stopped. This is just,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll see you on the screen then.
Oh, thank you, Ben. Oh, I see you have to load it. it's not actually telling what the end is.
I'm all right, thank you.
You won fair and square on that one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody won that.
No. Well out. Yeah, I'll put down here. Yes, please. Yes.
You got a cup of tea? I put that document back because she's emailed it to him, so you've got the truth. You want a cup of tea? You want?
For later reading.
There you go.
Yeah, you know.
It's very nice. That's amazing. Is that a 3-in-1? Is that a 3-in-1?
Yeah, I mean, you get two. You can just slot it onto the back of the thing, and then one comes out each side.
And how big are the new screens then that you get then?
I think the one that I was just showing to Aideen is basically three laptop screens. So your main laptop, and then a screen there and a screen there. It just slots onto the back of it.
That's nifty.
But yeah, that is the trouble though. You get used to it at home.
Yeah, you definitely do. Yeah.
Multiple screens, and a bit painful sitting here looking at the laptop all day on a table chair.
Agree with that. It's not great, is it?
it's different actually. Okay, let's get the amplification.
Table's booked for tea.
Okay.
You've got a tea or dinner?
Dinner.
Or we call it tea.
Tea. I was a tea when I was a kid. No.
7:15 for dinner.
Do some research on that.
Right, okay, it's my clock says it's 20 past, time to resume. During the adjournment, Mr. Willett popped over to say that Mr. Plant, who will be speaking tomorrow, is your transport expert for the words. Right, okay. I suspect that might raise questions. When you say expert,
he's the one who knows more about.
He has done the Parish Council analysis of the chapter.
Okay. Is he a qualified engineer at all?
Well, to be honest,
Okay. Well, I'm sure he'll be able to answer that question tomorrow, I guess. Anyway, but you were asking whether Mr. Evans was going to be here tomorrow. Is that the case? You're intending to have Mr. Evans here?
Yes, Mr. Evans will be here tomorrow.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. But now is the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Evans. So it depends now whether you wish to do that. It clearly won't be possible for Mr. Plant to do that tomorrow because he won't have heard the evidence. So we can hear what Mr. Plant has to say tomorrow, but there won't be opportunity.
Mr. Plant may have been able to watch the evidence on YouTube as well this evening.
Yep, that's true. Yes.
So it is available for rewatching.
Yep. Okay. Right. Do you have?
I've just got some short questions.
Okay, please do them, Mr. Oaten.
You want me to come up, or do you want me to stay here?
If they're short questions, just stay there. I think it's fine.
We heard a lot about vehicle surveys in the early part of the presentation, this question and answer session. When you're looking at vehicles during the survey, did you actually look at the size of the vehicles, or did you consider every vehicle to be just a vehicle?
We didn't specifically extract that data. You'll understand those surveys were collected quite late on to address the Brookbanks issues. That data is available.
I would say that was the critical omission because obviously Peugeot 206 is doing 31 miles an hour is a very different proposition from a Ford Transit. 4, 5, 6 times the size doing between 31 and 34 miles an hour. And furthermore, I have a challenge for you personally. You had a Ford Transit approaching along Lower Road from the Grundisburgh Road, the Ford Transit van coming from the Chapel Field direction, and they meet on the double bend in Lower Road. Can they pass each other? They won't be able to see each other because it's a double blind corner. So they won't be able to see each other until they're radiator to radiator. Can they pass each other?
No, they can't. And like any other vehicle, they would then have to maneuver around each other, as I am.
But with the extra traffic, and they've got vehicles behind, no road space on Lower Road for vehicles to pass, apart from people's driveways. What happens if it's not transit and a transit, but a transit and a large lorry, which we often get, which causes absolute chaos? Again, you'll get traffic backing up behind both vehicles. It's not physically possible for it to happen. There's no improvement that can be made for that to happen. And that is the elephant in the room, I suggest.
And I would just challenge, please, the passing places on Lower Road. Other than people's drives, there are no passing places on Lower Road. Yes, they drive, one or two drive up onto the verge, but we have had one or two have discovered that in fact there's a ditch there as well. That is another problem. There really aren't any proper passing places.
I wouldn't disagree if that's a question of the proper passing places. What I said that there were informal areas where vehicles could pass, where they created a widened or where the carriageway is actually wide enough. I think you'd have to accept that in places 2 cars can pass each other. But I don't disagree that there aren't formal places.
But why, with the need for a formal passing place on Chapel Road, is there not a need for a formal passing place on Lower Road?
Throughout this process, we've had to be guided by the county councils, the Highway Authority. They haven't formally sought that. They've looked at the impact of the vehicles. I can only say that hasn't been a requirement.
Mainly because I don't think highways did anything but ignore Lower Road in the first place. Hence the elephant in the room that Mr. Dan explained. They did ignore Lower Road.
Second question refers to sustainability. You mentioned that kids would be able to, junior school kids would be able to walk to their local school. What about senior kids? Because these houses are obviously going to have kids with teenagers. Now, Barlingay is full. You can't get, they've got a housing estate at Melton, and the kids have to go to Lacey and go to school 20 miles away. So what are, in terms of sustainability, what are senior school children going to do? They can't go locally. They're going to have to be bus driven some considerable distance to get to school. This goes ahead.
I think I made reference to the school transport contribution, which is exactly for that provision of bus transport.
But it's not sustainable because they're still using the carbon footprint. It's going to be enormous, busing kids to school 20 miles away.
But that is the solution that we have in the county. That's the provision that is made.
You've got one part of Suffolk Council saying how green we are and how we listen to people, and then you've got the other part suggesting solutions which increase the carbon footprint. It's
I think that's not a question for me
no,
necessarily.
sorry. The other thing I wanted to know is how do you define below average trees? Because if you look at the countryside, probably 30% of our tree plan is below average, but it still provides home for owls and woodpeckers and God knows what else. So how do you define that a tree is below average?
Fortunately, I don't.
Okay.
as a highway consultant, that's the evidence in the Arboricultural report.
The tree itself may be below average, but in terms of what it supports in the general environment, maybe above average. a really healthy tree might not provide holes for owls and woodpeckers or woodgirls or insects. A dead tree or a healthy tree is absolutely high wildlife. So although the tree may be below average, in terms of its contribution to the environment, it may be way above average in terms of its contribution rather than compared to a really healthy tree. So it's a question of
And as I say, covered in the evidence that's submitted as part of the application, not my evidence, I have to say. So
if I just might add one tongue-in-cheek comment. Next time I'm stopped by the police, I will say that the average speed of vehicles along this road has been 29 miles an hour if I'm exceeding them.
Could I ask one more question, please?
Please do.
You're saying the road can be widened 14 metres on Park Road, but does that include the foundations for that road? Because this is part of our difficulty in the village with the country lanes. They do not have foundations on the edge of the road. Lower Road, I believe, was closed for a couple of days quite recently. Once again, heavy lorries have been going up and down there because of the property that was on the corner of Park Road and Ipswich Road, and they have come that way. And first the water main, because and the fact that the water mains are not in the verge, they are in the carriageway. When the carriageway has been widened, only the surface has gone in and there's nothing underneath.
I think I can categorically say that when those widening works take place, as we will see as a detail, it's a standard construction detail. The Suffolk County Council will only approve the use when you widen the carriageway. And what it effectively has is a stepped construction. So it's its base, where you have the subbase, you will step out further and then you step in until you get to the widened carriageway. And that provides the continuity of the foundation. I think you're not incorrect. In country lanes, we've been over many years, there will be places where that doesn't exist anymore. But for the works that are being carried out to widen Park Road, that will be in place. That's part of the process.
And what about the gradient on Park Road with the Grundisburgh Hall Park? There is a very different gradient between the park, where it does need widening, and the edge of the road.
Certainly as part of the investigations we've made. Now, I think you were referring to plans published at the time of the local plan, or being considered at the time of the local plan. What we have now is, of course, very much more accurate data. We've got a topographical survey, which is why we can look at the widths in more detail, and we can understand where those areas actually are. So it's not a widen wherever with potential solutions in places. Now we know where those places are. We can actually make that assessment in more detail. And I don't believe any of that widening in places where there are substantial differences in level, not above what can be graded out with the verges that come in place.
Well, certainly the plan that we've understood withheld from the inspection on the 17th of September was an ingent report that was made for Hopkins Home, and I understand, well, I've seen a copy of it, and that did show considerable differences in level at a point that they considered would be needed to be widened.
As I say, I think that plan was not based on a topographical survey. The information that comes with the application is in significant more detail, which is why it's been refined in its scope. So where you mentioned that we were widening on the corner of Park Road and Ipswich Road, you can see that's no longer part of the plans because the road is actually already 4.8 metres wide in the application. So it's very often a plan at that stage, a preliminary plan, identifying potential is necessarily at a slightly higher level. It's not been considered in the same level of detail that it is now. And in fairness, it's not been considered in the same level of detail that we will do as part of a conditioned discharge. As we achieve Section 278 approval and actually go for a technical approval process with the state areas. as we referenced in terms of the arboricultural, with arboricultural audits as well, and in place and an inspection to make sure that all those things are done appropriately.
How does one align the view of the previous inspector perspective of the road whereby it was said that there would be no intrusion? My understanding of what the inspector said is that there should be no intrusion into the Grundisburgh parkland. Now you're saying there will be an intrusion into the parkland, and it was that intrusion which was held back by agreement with Hopkins, Suffolk County and East Suffolk District Council that was withheld from the previous inspection. When the conclusion of the inspector, as I recall it, was that there should be no intrusion into the park. But this gives, as I understand it, an intrusion into the park, which is exactly what was omitted. Sorry, not exactly. Similar, very similar to what was omitted from previous inspector.
I could not comment on those comments. I wasn't instructed on the scene at the local plan stage. All I can say is that the drawings have been prepared and submitted to Widening Parkway show that it's widening entirely within what is public highway. So I can only take from that it isn't intruding into separate ownerships, such as the park.
Sorry, if I may, it is a pity that two points of view, and Hopkins must be fully aware of what was agreed before with the two local authorities, that the information relative to the widening, the need to widen the road to achieve the width would be withheld. That was a decision, and we have it in writing, freedom of information, and we have information. Now we're talking about widening the road, which is seemingly, again, was agreed by the inspector previously, apparently.
I'm not going to be offering any answers at this point in time. If it's a question about the local plan that you have, it might be better to direct that to Mr. Armstrong after his evidence, because he can deal with the local plan matters more than Mr. Evans can.
My apologies.
Any other questions at all, Mr. Evans? No. I had a long list of questions, but they've rather cleverly been covered by Mr. Ground in their entirety, apart from one, and that is, you said earlier that along Lower Road there are passing places. Where will I find those? Will they be quite clear to me when I walk along that road tomorrow, or are there specific places that you were thinking of?
There weren't specific places I was thinking of, as I explained. They are, when we say passing places, they're not like a formal lay-by. They're widenings into the highway verge. At occasions, they do not necessarily coincide with driveways. And as I was also indicating, it's where property boundaries and ownerships are actually set back from the highway, which will generally infer that the highway is actually wider than the carriageway. So I think they'll be quite clear to you, sir, as you travel down that road, where you can pass and repass. And you will pass parked cars in places. There's one place in particular, but I think that will be very clear.
Did you have any questions in examination at all?
No, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Evans, for your contribution. Right, we're now at 25. You suggested earlier that it would take about 20 minutes to go through the planning evidence, but do we want to do that tomorrow now, or is everyone happy to continue for a bit longer to get through the planning evidence?
So I'm relaxed. I'm in your hands really as to whether you want to hear Mr. Armstrong quickly now, or whether you want to do it in the morning. He's all raring to go by the looks of things.
Beyond raring.
I mean, it's difficult to hold him back. Mr. Armstrong is in this mood.
It's in the morning over here.
In the morning, the objectors will be interviewed.
Okay, even though it's only going to take about 20 minutes or so, are you fairly confident about your 20 minutes?
Well, it may be more if there's going to be lots of questions of Mr. Armstrong, but I mean, in terms of
I will have quite not quite a few, but a few questions, I think. Right, okay. If we're going to be going considerably beyond 5 o'clock, perhaps we wait until tomorrow. I'm sorry if that.
No, not at all.
But I think that might be best if we just. It's been quite a long day, and we'll come back in the morning at 9:30. So in the morning, then we will start off by hearing Plant's statement. We can then move to the planning evidence.
The only thing is, did we say to the planning obligation people that we were going to be that they were going to come on relatively early?
You did say that was going to be 9:30.
Yeah, it doesn't make too much difference from my end, but it'll just be myself. But yeah,
I think she's available all day.
they could join us remotely as well if they wish.
You know, they will be joining via Zoom. Yes.
Okay, so we're flexible with that then, aren't we?
She's available.
Yeah, she's available there. So.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had one point of clarification that I mentioned to opposite side. This document that was shared earlier, I don't know if it was clear when it was provided that is a draft consultation document from earlier this year. So I don't know if we're calling that inquiry document 1 or something, but just so you're aware, there's an ongoing process in the production of the streets guide for Suffolk.
Mr. Warner very helpfully did send that to us earlier, and it is the consultation's closed, but it hasn't been adopted yet. I think that's the correct position.
Any other procedural matters we need to deal with then? No? In which case, it's 4:40. We'll adjourn and come back at 9:30 right early in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, so there was one matter which was enclosure 4 of that document we spoke to about before, the Arboricultural Impact Assessment Addendum. I can pass you a copy of that. It's been very kindly copied. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Cheers.